Hey guys, tonight we're taking a little trip. No, not to a 5-star resort, or even a questionable roadside motel. We're going somewhere much worse. Back to a time where your hotel came with fleas, your bed came with strangers, and the room service was a bucket. That's right, we're checking into a medieval inn. Before we unpack our imaginary bags, if you enjoy these slightly depressing bedtime journeys, feel free to like the video and subscribe. It helps me keep the lights on, unlike the medieval inn you're about to stay in. And as always, tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. It's oddly comforting knowing who else is sleepless tonight. Now, dim the lights, pull the blankets up, and let's wander together into a place you would have regretted booking about 600 years ago. Congratulations, you've arrived at your destination. Or maybe congratulations isn't quite the word. You stand on a muddy, rutted road that pretends to be a street, somewhere in 14th century Europe. The sun is bleeding into the horizon like a lazy candle, and the chill of early evening is wrapping itself around your ankles. You're tired, your feet hurt, your back hates you, and every muscle is lobbying for a union break. You need a place to sleep, somewhere indoors if possible. Shelter, safety, a bed perhaps. Comfort if the gods are feeling generous. Ahead of you squats the medieval equivalent of a roadside oasis, the inn. But don't let your 21st century brain do any heavy lifting here. There are no neon signs, no valet, no continental breakfast waiting for you inside. The building itself is barely more than a lopsided wooden box, trying desperately to remain vertical, with crooked beams and a thatched roof sagging like an old dog's belly. Smoke seeps lazily from a hole in the roof that might generously be called a chimney, though it looks more like someone simply gave up halfway through building it. The inn sign hangs overhead, a crude, weather-beaten plank swinging from rusted iron hooks. Painted on it, barely visible in the dying light, is an unidentifiable smear of colours that might once have resembled a stag or a boar, or perhaps a mythical creature that existed only in the fever dreams of the half-blind artisan who painted it. Literacy isn't widespread after all, so symbols do the talking. If you can't recognise the animal, well, that's your problem. You'll just hope you're at the right place. And even if you're not, you won't risk wandering any further into the darkness. The woods are less forgiving than whatever's behind these walls. You take a breath, immediately regretting it. The air is thick with damp rot, wet straw, and something else. Something gamey. The unmistakable aroma of livestock, human sweat, and weeks-old spilled ale fuse together into a rich, pungent bouquet. It's not entirely unpleasant if you've already lost your sense of smell. You haven't, yet. A group of men stands clustered near the doorway, each wrapped in coarse wool cloaks. Their faces shadowed beneath hoods or wide-brimmed hats. They glance at you briefly, sizing you up with the casual suspicion reserved for strangers in every era of human history. Are you rich? Are you dangerous? Are you worth robbing? They don't seem especially impressed, which may actually be the best outcome. You nod politely, trying not to meet anyone's eyes for too long. Lingering eye contact is just a formal way of saying, "I want to fight," and you most certainly do not. You step forward, the mud sucking at your boots with every cautious footfall. The door greets you with a wooden groan as you push it open, sending a burst of smoky, warm air washing over you. It's not quite welcoming, but it is undeniably warmer than the outside world. The faint glow of tallow candles and a struggling hearth fire flicker within, throwing long, distorted shadows across the rough plank floors. Inside, the common room is a chaotic symphony of noise, smells, and bodies. The heavy wooden beams overhead are blackened with soot, their surfaces sticky with centuries of condensed smoke and cooking grease. Everything seems perpetually damp, including the air, the floor, and probably you, within moments of entering. The walls are hung with whatever decorative nonsense the innkeeper could scavenge. Cracked shields, rusted horseshoes, and bundles of dried herbs meant more for warding off evil than for seasoning any actual food. At a roughly hewn table near the fire, several travellers slump over tankards of what they probably hope is ale, but may in fact be something closer to liquid regret. One man snorts awake briefly, blinks at you, then resumes the important business of passing out face first onto his wooden plate. The plate contains something mushy and greyish. You will not ask what it is. You will absolutely not ask. Behind a rough counter that seems to serve no real purpose stands the innkeeper, a round, balding man with a beard like tangled wool, and eyes that look like two pebbles shoved into raw dough. His tunic is stained with the unidentifiable history of many previous meals. He's wiping out a wooden mug with a scrap of cloth that may have once been white, but now exists in that special category of fabric that's too dirty to be cloth and too wet to be dust. He sizes you up with a mix of practiced indifference and faint predatory interest. You're a customer after all, but also a stranger. Strangers bring coins, or problems, sometimes both. You greet him with a small nod, trying not to sound too desperate. Room for the night? Your voice sounds thin and alien, even to your own ears, but the innkeeper nods once, as though this were a highly complicated negotiation. Aye, that'll be 2 pennies. 2 pennies? An entirely reasonable price for shelter. But reasonable doesn't mean affordable, depending on who you are. In your case, it means you'll be rationing tomorrow's bread more thinly than you'd like. But you pull the coins from your pouch, trying not to reveal just how few remain. He sweeps the coins into his apron with practiced ease, then jerks his thumb toward a crooked staircase in the corner. It leads up into darkness that even the fire's glow refuses to touch. You glance at the stairs. They don't look like they'll support your weight, or anyone's weight, or the concept of weight in general. Up there, he grunts. Second door on the right. Mind the step. Mind the step. That's not comforting. You nod again, offer a quiet thank you, and begin your slow, careful climb. Each step groans beneath you like it's being asked to perform its final duty. Your hand trails along the banister, which feels suspiciously moist. You pull it back instantly, deciding that some mysteries aren't worth solving. The hallway is barely wide enough to accommodate you, the walls tilting inward as though conspiring to crush anyone who lingers too long. The floorboards creak and shift beneath you like they're considering betrayal at any moment. You find your door. The latch is simple, a wooden peg driven into a hole. Not exactly secure, but it'll have to do. You push inside. The room is small, very small. The bed occupies most of the available space. Its frame a skeletal assembly of rough-hewn wood tied together with fraying rope. The mattress is a loose collection of straw stuffed into a burlap sack, already sunken in the middle from countless previous occupants. You don't think about them. You absolutely do not think about them. In one corner stands a chamber pot, mercifully empty for now. In another, A cracked basin sits on a low stool, alongside a tiny, grimy shard of soap that's given up trying to be useful years ago. The single window is more of an insult than an amenity. A square hole covered in oiled parchment, filtering the moonlight into a sickly, jaundiced smear across the warped floorboards. The walls seem to breathe, creaking and popping as the night air settles in. You realise then that you're not alone. Movement in the straw. Small, quick. Probably mice. Hopefully only mice. Fleas are guaranteed. Lice assumed. Bedbugs? Absolutely. You sit gingerly on the edge of the straw mattress, which groans in protest like an elderly man with bad knees. The air is thick, carrying the ghost of 1,000 previous occupants. Sweat, wet wool, cheap ale, and something faintly metallic that you pray isn't blood. You're officially checked in. You lean back slightly, testing the bed's willingness to support you. It wobbles like a drunk merchant on market day. The straw shifts beneath you with an unsettling crunch, releasing another puff of stale, earthy odour. The unmistakable smell of old sweat, rotting hay, and the occasional hint of mildew that clings to all things that spend too long in medieval air. You can almost hear the history of every other exhausted traveller who's collapsed on this same sack of poky misery, breathing and sweating and slowly leaking themselves into the straw. The mattress isn't bedding. It's an archive of suffering. Your shoulders twitch involuntarily as you feel something move near your thigh. Fast, sharp. You tell yourself it's only your imagination, but you know better. The medieval inn is not short on life forms. The bed alone is probably home to an entire unregistered village of fleas, lice, and mites, each one excited to greet your warm, naive flesh. You scratch at your arm preemptively, knowing you'll be doing a lot more of that before sunrise. In the silence of your tiny room, you begin to notice the soundtrack of the medieval night. Voices rise from the common room downstairs, slurred arguments, coarse laughter, the occasional crash of a mug against wood. Somewhere outside, a dog barks endlessly, punctuated by the distant, eerie howl of something far less domesticated. Wind rattles the poorly fitted wooden shutters, making them clatter like loose teeth. And beneath it all, the faint, rhythmic scurrying of rats navigating the walls like they own the place. Which technically they do. You run your hand over the thin, scratchy wool blanket lying atop the straw. It's heavy in that oppressive way that only dirty wool can be. Itchy, damp, and faintly sticky in some places you won't investigate. The fibres are rough against your fingertips, and the smell, oh, the smell, suggests this blanket has absorbed generations of other travellers' nights, each one leaving behind their own blend of sweat, beer fumes, and skin oil. You pull it over yourself anyway. The alternative is freezing, and in medieval inns, comfort isn't a priority. Survival is. You glance at the door again, noting how it doesn't quite fit its frame. A narrow beam of flickering firelight from downstairs slices through the gap beneath, illuminating the dust swirling lazily in the cold air. Privacy, as a concept, hasn't really been invented yet. Anyone determined enough could walk in, either by mistake or design, and you would have precious little recourse other than startled shouting and rapid negotiation. The latch won't hold if anyone leans against the door too firmly. A dull thud echoes through the ceiling, likely another guest stumbling in the room above you. The ceiling creaks ominously in response. You stare up at the warped beams, wondering if tonight is the night gravity finally wins its argument with medieval construction standards. The boards overhead are warped and split, with tufts of straw poking through the cracks. Probably insulation if you're feeling generous. Realistically, it's rat nests. You try not to think about what might happen if a rat loses its footing tonight. The fire downstairs crackles and pops, sending faint wafts of wood smoke up through invisible gaps in the floorboards. The smoky haze stings your eyes and scratches at the back of your throat, making you cough softly into your sleeve. Ventilation in a medieval inn is more theoretical than functional. Windows are mostly decorative, and chimneys only half-heartedly attempt to funnel smoke anywhere useful. You breathe shallowly, hoping to avoid both the smoke and whatever airborne medieval diseases might be circulating. You reach for your belongings, a small, weathered satchel you've kept close since you started travelling. Inside, a half loaf of hard bread wrapped in cloth, a small knife, a water skin filled with something that vaguely resembles cider, but might as well be vinegar by now, and the few coins you didn't hand over to the innkeeper. You hide the pouch under the edge of the straw mattress, knowing full well it won't stop a determined thief, but it's better than leaving it in plain sight. Theft isn't just a risk here, it's an expectation. The flickering candle stub on the bedside shelf offers little light. Its wick sputters, struggling to pull enough tallow to keep burning. Shadows dance across the warped plaster walls, twisting and reshaping themselves with every tiny movement of the flame. The candle won't last long, but neither will you if you keep it burning. Tallow isn't cheap, and waste isn't an option. You pinch the wick, extinguishing the weak flame, and surrender your vision to the darkness. Now, it's just you, the inn, and the unsettling knowledge that sleep may never fully arrive. You shift your weight, trying to find a comfortable position, but every movement stirs the straw, which crackles like dry leaves and kicks up tiny clouds of dust that float invisibly into your lungs. Your back complains immediately. The mattress offers no real support, only uneven clumps of straw bunched into weird mounds and empty pockets that leave you listing to one side like a broken wheelbarrow. You roll onto your side, pulling your knees up to protect your belly. An instinct born more from survival than comfort. The cold seeps in, merciless and patient. The walls don't insulate. They simply stand there, watching you freeze. Your breath fogs in the thin moonlight, leaking through the parchment window, and your toes ache with a dull, spreading numbness. You rub your feet together beneath the blanket, generating the barest hint of friction. It helps for maybe 2 seconds. You close your eyes and listen. Somewhere nearby, someone is snoring, loudly, violently. It sounds like they're losing a battle with their own sinuses. Another person coughs, hacking wetly in a way that makes you instinctively flinch. Disease is never far away here. Fevers come with little warning and less mercy. A single cough in a medieval inn is the opening chord to an illness symphony. A scuffle erupts downstairs. Raised voices clash, chairs scrape violently against the floor, and you hear the unmistakable crash of a clay mug shattering. The argument peaks, then fizzles out into drunken muttering, and a low hum of tension that lingers like the sour breath of a sleeping dog. You stare into the darkness, wide awake now, your heartbeat louder than the wind outside. You tell yourself you're safe. The door's latched. The walls are thick enough to muffle most of the violence. You're just another traveller, not important enough to rob, not threatening enough to fight. But the thought doesn't help. The medieval world isn't famous for its stability. Even in an inn, you're never truly safe. A mouse scurries along the edge of the room. You hear its tiny claws scratch against the wooden beams, its faint squeaks blending with the wind's low moan. You try not to move, unwilling to provoke whatever else might be watching from the shadows. You're not alone in here. You're never alone. Time passes strangely in medieval inns. Without clocks, you measure the night by sounds and sensations. The growing cold, the creaks of shifting beams, the chorus of distant howls and nearby coughs. The darkness feels thicker, like a living thing pressing against your skin, seeping into your bones. You start to wonder if dawn will ever arrive. At some point, your exhaustion starts to win the battle against your nerves. Your eyelids grow heavier. The straw's rough edges poke your skin with every breath, but your body surrenders. Sleep comes not like a gentle drift, but like slipping underwater, sudden and uncomfortable. But peace is fragile here. A shrill shriek jolts you awake. Distant, but close enough to make your heart pound. You strain your ears, eyes wide in the blackness. Another shriek. Laughter follows. Drunken, slurred, mean-spirited. You can't see them, but you know what it is. More guests stumbling back to their rooms. Or worse, not guests at all. Late-night visitors from the village who think the inn makes a fine place for settling grievances or airing drunken insults. You hold your breath, waiting for the danger to pass. Slowly the noise ebbs away into muffled curses and fading footsteps. The quiet returns, but it feels thinner now, stretched too tight, like a string ready to snap. Your muscles remain tense long after the danger has passed. The mattress shifts again as you try to relax, releasing another soft squeak from its ancient wooden frame. The blanket has trapped your body heat now, but it's a damp, sticky warmth that clings uncomfortably to your skin. You scratch at your wrist again, feeling a small bump rising. Another insect bite, no doubt. You sigh quietly and let your head sink into the lumpy, burlap stuffed pillow beneath you. The pillow feels as though it's filled with a combination of coarse hair and broken promises. The fabric is rough, gritty, and faintly damp, absorbing more of your sweat with every minute you lie there. You try not to think about how many mouths have drooled into it before yours. Your eyelids flutter once more. You try again to sleep, knowing that even a few hours will make the next day slightly more survivable. Your body aches, your skin itches, your stomach grumbles faintly, but exhaustion drags you downward again. Outside, the wind howls, the rats dance, and somewhere, beyond your door, the medieval night continues. The hours drag on. You're not really asleep, but you're not fully awake either. You exist in that unpleasant middle ground, hovering between dreams and discomfort. Every time your body finally manages to relax, the straw shifts, the floor creaks, or something in the walls rustles and jerks you back toward wakefulness. This isn't rest, this is endurance. You become painfully aware of your body. Your hip presses against the wooden slats beneath the thin straw padding. Your shoulder is cramping. Your feet, having been too cold for too long, now feel prickly and raw. Your neck rests at an awkward angle because the pillow is just too lumpy to support anything resembling comfort. Even your face itches. Is it sweat? Flea bites? Both? You stop asking questions. In a medieval inn, answers are rarely comforting. The air grows colder still. You try pulling the wool blanket higher, but it barely reaches your shoulders. You curl tighter into yourself, trying to conserve every fragment of body heat. Your breath fogs lightly in the pale moonlight, trickling through the greasy parchment window. The draught finds every gap in the warped timber walls, slipping beneath the door like a curious ghost. The cold isn't just a temperature anymore. It's a presence, creeping into your bones with slow, steady fingers. The sounds of the night evolve. What was once the muffled din of a lively common room has dwindled into occasional thumps and wheezing snores. The last of the patrons have either passed out, stumbled home, or been forcibly ejected into the mud outside, but the building itself remains alive, as all medieval structures seem to be. Beams groan under the shifting weight above. The wind whistles mournfully through the eaves. Mice skitter across the rafters, their tiny claws tapping out random, unsettling rhythms overhead. And then there are the rats. You hear them now. The heavier, more deliberate scuffling of creatures bolder than mice. Their blunt little claws scrape against the wooden floorboards just beneath your bed, patrolling for scraps dropped by the last occupant, or, more disturbingly, searching for anything warm and edible. You remind yourself that rats don't usually bother people while they sleep. Usually. Probably. You hope? You squeeze your eyes shut, pretending you didn't hear them at all. Your stomach growls softly in protest. You hadn't eaten much earlier. A hard crust of bread and a few swallows of bitter ale, consumed quickly downstairs while avoiding eye contact with the locals. The ale had the distinct flavour of watered-down regret, while the bread was so stale you practically negotiated with your teeth to gnaw through it. But you were grateful for it all the same. In the medieval world, hunger is never far away. Even in an inn, even when you're paying for shelter, food is rarely plentiful, and even less frequently safe. The innkeeper hadn't offered a meal with the room. Some inns might, but here it seems food is sold separately, and judging by the look of the kitchen, if you can call a smoky corner with a cauldron a kitchen, you weren't eager to sample the day's stew. You'd caught a glimpse of something bobbing in that pot earlier. You didn't want to investigate whether it was meat, vegetable, or something in between. Here, mystery is a common ingredient. You try not to think about food now, but your body doesn't care. Your stomach gnaws at itself in protest, aching for something warm, something filling. The hunger joins the chorus of discomfort, already racking your nerves. The itching, the cold, the stiff joints, the faint dread humming quietly in the back of your mind. Somewhere down the hallway, a door opens with a tortured creak, followed by a low, stumbling shuffle. You freeze instantly, heart pounding, ears straining to pick apart the sounds. A pair of heavy boots thud across the uneven floorboards, closer than you'd like. The wooden hallway amplifies every footfall. You stare at the sliver of light under your door, watching for shadows. The footsteps pause briefly in front of your room. You hold your breath, waiting, listening. A moment stretches into forever. The latch rattles softly. A testing hand, maybe. Someone checking whether your door is unlocked. It holds. The figure moves on, eventually settling into the room across the hall. You hear the heavy collapse of a body onto another miserable bed, followed by a deep sigh and the groan of straw under shifting weight. The building resumes its irregular chorus of creaks and groans, but your heart continues hammering in your chest long after the danger has passed. This is the reality of staying at a medieval inn. You're not here for comfort or relaxation. You're here for shelter, and even that is never guaranteed. The walls don't just keep out the cold, they keep out bandits, desperate drunkards, and opportunistic thieves. At least if you're lucky. And luck is a fleeting thing here. You swallow hard, your throat dry and scratchy from the smoky air. You consider taking a sip from your water skin, but hesitate. Water, after all, is dangerous. The cider inside is likely sour by now, and while it might not kill you outright, it won't do your stomach any favours either. So you leave it untouched, letting thirst gnaw quietly alongside hunger. As the hours crawl forward, your mind drifts. You start to think about who else has stayed in this room before you. Hundreds, maybe thousands over the years. Travelling merchants, pilgrims, soldiers on their way to battle, fugitives avoiding local justice. Some may have carried more than just coin and baggage, lice, fleas, diseases you can't pronounce, and stories you wouldn't want to hear. Every inch of this room has absorbed their presence, like a sponge of human misery. The wood, the straw, even the air itself feels saturated with the residue of lives lived in desperate, transient discomfort. You feel the faintest itch on your scalp. You scratch absently, knowing full well what it likely means. Lice are practically a feature in medieval lodging, not a flaw. They travel easily, jumping from one host to the next, like little parasitic hitchhikers. You can already picture yourself in a few days, sitting beneath some tree, raking through your hair with a fine-toothed comb, assuming you can find one, as the tiny invaders feast happily and multiply. The scratching intensifies. Your skin crawls in sympathy, phantom itches blooming across your arms, neck and legs. Every twitch of the straw beneath you feels like another tiny creature exploring your exposed flesh. You try to resist scratching further, knowing it won't help, but your hands betray you, clawing at your forearms in frustrated resignation. Outside, the wind shifts. A cold draught snakes through the window frame again, carrying with it the distant stench of the village beyond. Wood smoke, wet animals, human waste, and the sour, heavy perfume of a world without sanitation. The latrines overflow, the streets serve as open sewers, and everything that can rot does. The inn sits in the centre of it all, absorbing the aroma like a sponge. You shift once more beneath the blanket, trying desperately to find a position that doesn't aggravate every nerve in your body. The straw shifts and squeaks again, and the old wooden bed frame gives an ominous pop, as if reminding you how little faith you should place in its structural integrity. The pillow, if it can even be called that, offers no relief. Your head rests on a clump of lumpy, uneven stuffing that feels as though it might contain stray bits of animal fur, crushed straw, or the failed hopes of previous guests. You press your face into it anyway, inhaling its ancient, musty scent. Because what choice do you have? Somewhere outside your window, a rooster crows prematurely. The faintest hint of pale grey light begins to seep through the parchment square, diffused into a sickly glow. The long night is beginning to release you. Dawn is still far off, but the slow creep of morning has started to push back against the oppressive blackness. But there's no relief in that knowledge. Another day in medieval life simply means more hardship, more discomfort, more survival. The coming daylight won't improve your circumstances. It will only reveal the grime more clearly. As you lie there, trapped in this half-waking daze, you finally accept a simple, inescapable truth. You're not a guest here. You're merely another temporary occupant in an unbroken chain of desperate travellers. The inn doesn't care who you are. The walls don't remember your name. The straw won't mourn your departure. And when you finally leave, whether it's tomorrow or some grim morning much later, another body will simply take your place, scratch at these same bites, breathe this same foul air, and drift into the same restless, unsatisfying sleep. You finally surrender to the sickly rhythm of half-sleep, drifting in and out like a loose plank floating on a stormy sea. But even in your shallow rest, your brain can't fully shut off. You hear everything. The inn whispers, groans, breathes, and you hear every breath. The man across the hall starts snoring again, violently, as if his lungs are trying to claw their way out of his chest. Every ragged inhale echoes through the thin timber, vibrating softly in the silence like a miserable medieval metronome. Occasionally the snore breaks into a wet cough, followed by a low groan and a long stretch of quiet, as if even his own body is exhausted by the effort. The rats are growing bolder. Their scuffling has moved from beneath the floorboards to somewhere within the walls themselves. You hear their tiny bodies squeezing through the gaps in the wood, slipping along the shadows like damp fingers probing for weakness. The pitter-patter of their claws becomes rhythmic, almost musical, like some grotesque lullaby designed to drive you insane. You curl tighter under the scratchy wool blanket. The itch of the fibres against your neck is unbearable, but you don't dare remove the only layer standing between you and the creeping cold. Your skin crawls, not only from the coarseness of the fabric, but from the gnawing certainty that something unseen has already joined you beneath the covers. You scratch at your calf, then your wrist, then your neck again. Every touch seems to spawn new phantom itches. You try desperately to think of something else, anything else, but the brain, that treacherous organ, refuses your commands. Instead it turns against you, feeding you vivid images of crawling bugs, of tiny sharp mouths burrowing into your scalp, of twitching legs and squirming larvae embedded beneath your skin. You shudder involuntarily. Sleep retreats once again. The candle stub burned out hours ago, leaving your room submerged in thick, impenetrable blackness. The only illumination comes from the faint glow of the moonlight, barely cutting through the grimy parchment window, turning the room into a pale, blurry void where shapes and shadows blend into a single oppressive mass. The draft at your feet grows colder still. The air feels wet, heavy with dampness that clings to your skin like a second, unpleasant layer. Your breath emerges in small, fragile clouds that vanish almost immediately in front of your face. The cold isn't just outside of you anymore. It's inside you, coiling around your bones, invading your chest. In some ways, it's not the worst part. Cold, after all, is honest. It's the other parts, the unknown parts that gnaw at your nerves. The door creaks, not loudly, not dramatically, just a soft, almost polite groan as the wood shifts against itself. But even that tiny sound freezes you in place. Your eyes snap open, your ears strain. You wait, holding your breath, your body tense beneath the heavy, stinking blanket. Nothing. The creak was probably the wind, or the timber settling, or the door testing your sanity. You try to believe that, but belief is thin here. There are no locks on medieval doors worth mentioning. A simple wooden peg holds yours closed, but any determined hand could easily bypass it. You know this. So does anyone who might want to come in. You've wedged your satchel under the door as a meagre barrier, not because it would stop anyone, but because you might at least hear them coming. Time dissolves. You don't know how many hours you've been lying here, but the faint grey outside the window has shifted to a sickly pre-dawn blue. The world is holding its breath, teetering at the edge of morning but refusing to fall fully into daylight. Then faint voices rise from downstairs again. The first movement of early risers, or perhaps those who never went to bed. The innkeeper's heavy boots thud against the creaky planks below as he stirs the dying embers in the hearth. You hear the faint hiss of something boiling. Water, ale, or some grotesque stew left simmering overnight, slowly turning itself into breakfast. You swallow against your dry throat, debating whether it's worth risking food at this hour. Your stomach growls again, louder now, emboldened by the rising of the inn around you. Hunger gnaws more aggressively when the promise of food is close, no matter how questionable that food might be. A muffled exchange of words floats up through the floorboards. You can't make out the language, local dialect, rough accents, but the tone is familiar, businesslike, tired, transactional. Someone's already settling their tab and preparing to move on. That will be you soon. You sit up slowly, muscles stiff, joints cracking like brittle twigs. The mattress breathes out one last puff of musty straw dust as your weight shifts. The cold slaps at your exposed skin instantly. You rub your face, feeling the grime already clinging to your cheeks, the faint greasiness on your forehead from sweating through the night. You swing your legs over the edge of the bed and lower your feet onto the uneven floorboards, which are cold, damp, and sticky in places you don't want to identify. You flex your toes, forcing blood back into them, trying to revive sensation. The old wood beneath you creaks, threatening once again to betray you and send you through to the ground floor. You stand, swaying slightly, your head swimming from the sudden movement and the poor air quality of the night before. The smell of the room hits you more fully now. Sweat, old ale, mildew, and the faint, sour tang of chamber pot fumes drifting from the corner. You glance at the chamber pot. You had managed to avoid using it during the night, partly out of stubbornness, partly out of fear of what might leap from it. But someone before you had not been so disciplined. The contents slosh faintly as you move, releasing a small, venomous burst of ammonia into the already poisoned air. You gag softly, pulling your tunic up over your mouth to filter the worst of it. You reach for your belongings beneath the mattress. The satchel is damp to the touch, but everything inside seems mercifully intact. You count your remaining coins with quick, nervous fingers. Still there. Still too few. You pause briefly, scanning the tiny room one last time. The warped walls, the splintering floor, the discoloured blanket, the tangle of straw that once posed as a mattress. Every inch of the room is etched with the quiet, endless grind of survival. There's no nostalgia here, no sentimentality, only resignation. You move toward the door, lifting the latch gently so as not to wake the rest of the floor. The door resists at first, swollen from moisture, then jerks open with a soft pop. The hallway is still dark. The inn stands behind you now, but the experience clings to you like the stink of last night's fire smoke. As you walk slowly into the morning mist, the medieval village fully reveals itself, not in some grand sweeping cinematic shot, but as a collection of damp, irregular shapes huddled together for warmth and survival. The buildings here don't so much stand as they huddle together, leaning into one another like drunks at a tavern table, each holding the next upright. Narrow alleyways twist between them, their muddy paths already churned into thick, sucking sludge by carts, hooves, and countless unwashed feet. The air hangs heavy with moisture. Everything here feels wet, the ground, the walls, even the air itself, saturated with generations of exhalations, cooking fires, and chamber pots emptied into the gutters. Your feet squelch with every step. The mud grips your boots like greedy hands, tugging slightly, as if eager to keep you in place, or pull you under. The cobbles where they exist are irregular, like broken teeth poking through the gums of the earth. Water collects in every dip and hollow, creating shallow puddles of unknown depth and questionable contents. Some glisten faintly with a sheen that suggests oil or decay. Others bubble gently, as if alive. You step carefully, but not carefully enough. A splash of cold, filthy water soaks your ankle, seeping instantly through the thin, worn leather of your boot. You wince, but there's no point in cursing. This is simply how streets work here. The gutters on either side of the road serve multiple purposes. They are drainage ditches, waste disposal channels, and rat superhighways all at once. Human refuse flows alongside animal droppings, rotted scraps of food, and objects you stop trying to identify after a few seconds of horrified curiosity. A half-submerged doll stares blankly up from one puddle, its cloth body swollen and discoloured from weeks of exposure. Nearby, a bloated dead rat floats like a tiny swollen corpse, its fur matted, its teeth bared in a final snarl. You keep your eyes forward. The village around you stirs fully to life now. Doors creak open as bleary-eyed residents step into the muck, beginning their daily rituals of survival. Women carry wooden pails toward the communal well, balancing them expertly despite the slick, uneven ground. The well itself sits in the village square. A crude stone cylinder capped with rotting timbers, its rope frayed, its bucket permanently damp and blackened from years of contact with questionable water. The villagers lower it into the unseen depths, draw up their prize, and pretend not to notice the faint film of floating debris that swirls across the surface. Water here isn't a gift, it's a gamble. You pass a butcher's stall just opening for the day, though calling it a stall may be generous. A wooden plank leans precariously across two empty barrels, forming a makeshift counter. The butcher, a thick-armed man with a greasy apron and hands permanently stained the colour of old blood, sharpens his knife slowly, sending up rhythmic metallic shivers into the morning air. Flies are already gathering, their buzzing a constant droning presence. A side of pork hangs from a hook above the counter, swinging slightly in the breeze, its exposed flesh pale and slick beneath a thin layer of moisture. The butcher ignores the flies. So does everyone else. There's no point fighting nature here. Further down, the baker's oven belches thick, fragrant smoke into the air, momentarily masking the surrounding stench with something resembling comfort. You pause, allowing yourself a brief moment of hunger. The smell of fresh bread cuts through the morning like a warm memory from a better world. But you know better than to romanticize it. The bread, when you can afford it, will be coarse and grey, baked with a mixture of rye, barley, and whatever else can be ground into flour. If the harvest was bad, and it often is, sawdust or ground acorns are added to stretch the supply. The loaves emerge dense, heavy, and often gritty with stone fragments left from poorly maintained millstones. Your teeth will suffer for it. Everyone's teeth do. Children dart between adults, barefoot and filthy, their faces streaked with yesterday's grime. They shout and chase each other through the puddles, unbothered by the filth splashing up their legs. Lice crawl freely in their tangled hair. Worms writhe in their bloated bellies. Their laughter rings out brightly, but it carries a desperation beneath it. A joy squeezed into brief moments between hunger and sickness. Childhood here is short, not by choice. As you make your way past the marketplace, the blacksmith's forge comes into view. A squat stone building exhaling plumes of acrid smoke. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil reverberates through the morning mist like a heartbeat for the village. Sparks shower into the air as the smith pounds glowing iron into submission. His face is coated in a permanent mask of soot, his bare arms glistening with sweat despite the cold. The stench of burning metal and sweat mixes with the omnipresent damp, creating yet another layer of medieval perfume that clings to your nostrils. Even here, work has already begun, because it must. There are no days off in survival. The tanner's yard lies further off, mercifully downwind. You catch only brief, nauseating wafts of its work. Rotting hides soaking in vats of urine and lime, releasing their special brand of chemical warfare into the morning breeze. The stench could peel paint from walls if such a luxury existed here. The tanner himself moves like a man who has made peace with his own personal hell. His hands permanently stained yellow, his boots soaked through with fluids you refuse to name. The existence that surrounds you isn't cruel by design. It simply is. Indifference is the ruling force here. The village survives because it must. The people endure because there is no other option. Misery is not a crisis. It's the default setting. And as you step carefully around a donkey, relieving itself in the middle of the road, you realise that this is not a bad day here. This is a good one. The village breathes. Not in the comforting way a healthy thing might, but in the slow, damp exhale of something ancient and barely alive. Every building, every crooked street, every miserable soul within it contributes to this wheezing organism called existence. You pass a group of women gathered around a wooden washtub, their bare, red hands plunging into cold, soapy water that swirls with greasy film. They scrub linen violently against rough boards, working out stains that will never fully disappear. The water sloshes over the rim and pools into the dirt at their feet, creating a thin stream that winds its way toward the gutter, joining the larger river of runoff that moves sluggishly through the village like an open wound. The women chat quietly as they work, whispers more than conversation. You don't need to hear the words to know the content. In a village like this, talk revolves around sickness, death, bad harvests, and the scandalous misfortunes of neighbours. Someone's child took ill last week. Someone else's goat wandered into the woods and didn't return. And always in the back of their minds, the looming shadow of winter, waiting just out of sight, sharpening its teeth. A scrawny dog limps past you, ribs pushing against its skin like the bars of a crude cage. Its eyes flick toward you with weary disinterest. It's not begging. It's long since abandoned the concept of hope. It moves like a ghost through the mud, nose twitching faintly at invisible scents only it can perceive. Dogs here aren't pets, they're survivors. Companions only in the most transactional sense. Ahead, a pig pen sags beneath its own weight, its wooden fence warped and leaning like the village itself. The pigs grunt and root in the filth, noses buried in mud that's only partly mud. Their thick, coarse hair glistens wetly under the pale morning light. A man stumbles into the pen with a slop bucket, dumping a grey, chunky slurry that smells like the afterthoughts of yesterday's meal. Or maybe last week's. The pigs dive into it eagerly, snorting and jostling, unconcerned with the questionable nature of their breakfast. Pigs, after all, are admirably unbothered by filth. You step carefully round another puddle, but your caution is meaningless. The entire village is soaked through, like a sponge left to rot in its own juices. Even the wood of the building seems permanently damp, stained with dark streaks of water that run like old scars down their sagging faces. The thatched roofs drip continuously, weeping moisture that seeps down into the narrow alleys, where it gathers with the rest of the liquid waste, feeding the village's ever-present odour. The smell here is a layered thing, a living monument to everything that refuses to die cleanly. Smoke and damp wood form the foundation, upon which rest the sharper notes. The metallic tang of blood from the butcher, the ammonia bite of urine from the tanner, the sour rot of spoiled food left to ferment in corners where rats grow bold. And underlying it all, tying the whole thing together like a grim symphony, is the steady, warm stink of unwashed bodies. Hygiene here isn't so much neglected as it is fundamentally misunderstood. Bathing is rare, discouraged by superstition and constrained by effort. Fetching water requires hauling heavy buckets from the well or stream, both risky sources brimming with invisible dangers. And even once collected, the water must be heated laboriously over a fire, boiled to make it somewhat safe. Most people simply don't bother, choosing instead to carry their filth like a second skin. It clings to them in greasy layers, absorbing the smoke, sweat and soil of daily toil. Hair shines dully with accumulated oils. Faces bear streaks of dirt and soot rubbed in by unthinking hands. Clothing stiffens over time, becoming less garment and more armour, as layers of grime harden the fabric into its own miserable shell. Even the wealthier villagers, those fortunate enough to afford multiple tunics, rarely achieve anything resembling true cleanliness, and those less fortunate, the majority, wear the same wool or linen shifts for weeks or months, the fabric slowly fusing to their skin like a living shroud. A woman passes by carrying a bundle of dried herbs, lavender, rosemary, wormwood, not for cooking, but for masking the unmaskable. The sweet, pungent scent trails behind her for a few brief steps, before being devoured by the stronger aromas of her surroundings. These small pockets of pleasant smell exist like islands in a swamp, brief, isolated, and doomed to sink. The mud beneath your feet shifts suddenly, forcing you to catch your balance. You look down and notice the faint outline of a boot print, already filling with water. The ground here is never truly solid. It breathes and swells with every rain, every careless spill, every emptied bucket of waste. Beneath the thin layer of sludge lies deeper layers of older waste, compacted over years into a foul, pulpy substrate that squelches with each step. Everywhere you look, nature and humanity are locked in an endless, miserable tug-of-war. The villagers build and patch and reinforce, but the rain seeps in. The wood rots, the roofs sag, the vermin return. The wind tears at everything, pulling thatch loose, toppling fences, and prying apart joints that never quite fit properly to begin with. Time itself seems to conspire with the elements to unmake all human effort here. You pass by a small stable next, its open doors revealing a row of dull-eyed horses and mules chewing lazily on wet hay. The air inside is thick with a sour stink of manure and animal sweat. Flies buzzed in thick clouds, drawn to the piles of dung collecting in corners, where no one bothers to shovel any more. The animals shift occasionally, tails flicking in weak defence against the endless onslaught of biting insects. Their hooves clop dully against the packed, filthy floor, creating a constant low rhythm beneath the hum of flies. Nearby, a man tends to one of the horses, or tries to. He scrapes at a hoof with a crude iron pick, frowning deeply as he works. His hands are cracked, his fingernails black with dirt. His breath clouds faintly in the air as he exhales through chapped lips. You catch a brief glimpse of his teeth when he mutters to himself. Several are missing, and the remaining few are blackened and rotted, clinging stubbornly to gums that look raw and swollen. He notices you watching and nods briefly, offering no words. Conversation is rare here, unless absolutely necessary. Words cost energy, and energy is precious. You nod back and keep moving. Beyond the stable you see a row of hovels leaning precariously against one another. Their walls are wattle and daub. Thin wooden frames packed with a mixture of mud, straw, and animal dung. The surfaces crack and crumble in places, revealing the organic mash beneath like wounds in the flesh of the village. The doors are little more than planks hung unevenly from rusted iron hinges, some kept shut only by large stones propped against them. Smoke seeps from the gaps in the walls and roofs, curling upward into the grey morning sky. Inside, families huddle around small fires, burning whatever scraps they can gather. Sticks, old furniture, dried dung, anything that produces heat. The fires fill the interiors with smoke that stains the ceilings black and makes eyes water constantly. But smoke means warmth, and warmth means survival, even if it burns the lungs with every breath. You catch sight of a small child peeking out from one doorway, eyes wide and curious. His face is streaked with soot, his nose running in steady rivulets. He clutches a crude doll made of bundled rags, its lumpy head stitched with uneven, hurried lines. Behind him, a woman, his mother perhaps, drags him back inside with a sharp tug, closing the door as if trying to seal the sickness of the outside world out of her home. But the sickness is already inside, it always is. The village stretches onward like a wound slowly scabbing over, uneven and unfinished, as though God lost interest halfway through the design. Every building seems slightly off balance, leaning inward or outward at odd angles, as if bracing itself against the indifferent brutality of the weather. And the weather here always wins eventually. The road narrows further ahead, twisting between the crooked homes like an afterthought, its muddy surface rutted deep from countless wooden cartwheels. A pair of oxen pull a creaking cart along its path now, their thick hooves sinking nearly to the fetlock in the muck with each laborious step. The driver walks alongside them, bare feet squelching in the mire, urging the animals forward with quiet, desperate encouragement. The cart's wooden wheels shriek as they strain against the sucking pull of the earth. Upon closer inspection, you realise that the cart isn't filled with goods for market. Instead, it carries bundles of firewood, small, unevenly cut, and far too few. Wood is scarce. Forest rights are jealously guarded by lords and their sheriffs. Gathering timber without permission is a crime punishable by fine, imprisonment, or worse, depending on the mood of the authorities. Most peasants resort to gathering fallen branches, dead roots, or even stripping bark to burn for heat. The cart's meagre load represents hours of labour for fuel that will burn away in a single night. A chicken darts out into the road ahead of you, flapping and squawking before disappearing beneath a low fence. Its scrawny body trembles as it pecks half-heartedly at the mud, searching for anything vaguely edible. Chickens here aren't plump or pampered. They're lean, suspicious, and permanently annoyed at their own existence, much like their owners. The marketplace slowly fades behind you, replaced by more of the village's residential outskirts. Here, the houses grow even smaller, the construction more desperate, as though built from scraps scavenged after every storm. Roofs zag visible beneath the weight of sodden thatch. Gaps in the walls are plugged haphazardly with rags, reeds, or old animal hides nailed into place. Entire sections of wall lean dangerously inward, daring gravity to make its next move. Even in the early morning light, you can feel the weight of damp pressing in from every direction. The village is soaked through, not just the ground, but the very walls and beams of every home. Mould creeps up wooden posts like green-black veins. Mildew blooms in corners where sunlight never reaches. Everything that lives here, from the animals to the people to the buildings themselves, wears the slow rot of constant moisture. A few feet ahead, you spot the village latrine, or at least what passes for one. It's nothing more than a sunken pit surrounded by a crude, wooden barrier, its contents barely concealed beneath a thin layer of straw and rotting leaves. The stench radiates outward like a living thing, sharp and raw, punching through even the already crowded air. A cluster of flies hovers above it in dense clouds, their buzzing thick and constant, like a whispering curse that never ends. The villagers approach the pit with the casual indifference of people who no longer recognise how truly foul their lives have become. One man leans over it now, relieving himself with the practiced boredom of daily repetition. Another waits nearby, shifting impatiently from foot to foot, waving away flies with a lazy hand. Beyond the latrine, a small cluster of beggars huddle near a crumbling stone wall, wrapped in tattered cloaks and filthy rags. Their faces are gaunt, hollow-eyed, and streaked with grime. One man holds out a hand to you, palm upward, as you pass. He says nothing. He doesn't need to. You have little to offer, and even if you did, coin is a precious thing here, not easily surrendered. You avert your gaze, offering only a small nod of silent acknowledgement, and move on. Mercy is a luxury in short supply. Survival demands selfishness. A little further on, you come across a shallow ditch where grey water flows sluggishly, carrying with it scraps of food, animal waste, and floating debris of unclear origin. The water's surface gleams faintly in the pale sun, shimmering with an oily film that hints at a chemical complexity you'd rather not investigate. Occasionally, you spot the pale, writhing shapes of worms or insect larvae breaking the surface, thriving in the cesspool. A dog pauses to drink from the stream, tongue lapping noisily at the foul water. Its ribs shift beneath its patchy skin as it gulps desperately. After a few seconds, it pauses, retches, vomits noisily into the ditch, and resumes drinking as though nothing happened. You move on. The village's livestock pens come into view next. Ramshackle enclosures fashioned from rough-hewn logs and bound with rotting rope. Sheep bleat weakly from within, their matted wool stained with filth, while goats pick through the sparse, muddy patches of grass that struggle to survive in the trampled soil. Chickens and ducks wander freely, their droppings mixing liberally into the mud beneath your feet. The animals are not well. Parasites live freely in their fur and feathers. Open sores fester on their legs and bellies, drawing flies in swirling clouds that rise lazily with every movement. But they live, and so long as they live, they serve their purpose, providing meat, milk, and eggs to keep their owners one meal further from starvation. Beyond the pens, you catch sight of the village healer's dwelling, if you can call it that. It's little more than a hut, distinguishable only by the bundles of dried herbs hanging from the doorway, their faint scent struggling heroically against the tide of nearby filth. The healer's skills are equal parts herbal knowledge, religious superstition, and desperate guesswork. Inside, you can imagine her world. A cluttered table covered in clay pots, bowls of strange roots, bundles of dried leaves, and poorly tanned leather pouches filled with powders of questionable origin. Mortars and pestles for grinding, knives for cutting, cloth strips for binding. And beneath it all, an unspoken awareness that none of it truly works most of the time. When fevers strike, and they always do, the healer applies poultices, brews teas, or bleeds the afflicted according to the prevailing wisdom of humours and imbalance. Sometimes people recover, sometimes they don't. When they do, it's declared a success. When they die, it's God's will. You continue walking, watching, as a young boy chases after a wooden hoop, pushing it along with a stick through the mud. His laughter rings out clear and bright for a moment, before he stumbles and falls face first into a puddle of filth. He stands, wipes his face with a sleeve that only spreads the mud further, and resumes his game, unbothered. His mother watches from nearby, arms folded, face blank. She does not react. Dirt is simply part of life here, like hunger, cold, and sickness. Near the edge of the village, a small wooden cross rises from a patch of disturbed earth. A grave, freshly dug. The soil is still loose, the mound not yet settled. No headstone marks it, only the crude cross to signify a Christian burial. You don't know who lies beneath it. You don't need to. Death here is so common that the grief feels thin, worn down by repetition. One more life gone. One more mouth no longer needing to be fed. The cemetery itself lies nearby, surrounded by a low stone wall covered in creeping moss. The graves are simple, unadorned, many marked only by weathered wooden stakes that lean at odd angles. Some graves are shallow enough that the heavy rains have begun to expose bones. Thin, pale fingers of the dead protrude from the earth like failed seedlings. The villagers glance at them occasionally but do not act. The priest may order them buried deeper in time, or he may not. There's always another body waiting for that spot. Even in death, there is competition for space. You pause for a moment, standing near the edge of the graveyard, staring at the field of crooked markers like a row of broken teeth jutting from the ground. The graves seem too numerous for the village's small population, but that is only because so few here live long. People don't age so much as they erode. They are born small, grow quickly into hard labour, and vanish again, often without fanfare, before they have lived enough years to collect many memories. The priest walks slowly between the mounds, murmuring prayers over the exposed bones with a quiet, mechanical rhythm. His robe is simple, stained at the hem from years of walking these muddy paths. His face is pale and hollow, framed by a short beard that's starting to go grey despite his relatively young age. His eyes glance up at you briefly, not with surprise or suspicion, but with the dull familiarity of someone who sees the living and the dead as equally temporary visitors. He crosses himself once and continues his work, gathering a few loose bones into a cloth sack to rebury later. There's no ceremony to it, no special grief, just maintenance. Beyond the graveyard, the land opens up into tilled fields, or what remains of them. The soil is patchy, thin, and overworked. Weeds curl up between the furrows like opportunistic invaders. The villagers coax what little they can from the ground: barley, rye, turnips and onions mostly. Hardy crops that don't complain too loudly about bad conditions. But even these grow reluctantly, their green shoots thin and pale. The peasants who work the land are already hunched at their labours, despite the early hour. Backs bent, hands caked in soil, feet bare and calloused from years of plodding through the rough earth. Women and men alike work side by side, shoulders bowed under invisible weights. There are no machines here, only wooden hoes, dull spades, and crude ploughs dragged by reluctant oxen. Each movement is mechanical, born not of choice but of necessity. The rhythm of planting, weeding, and harvesting repeats without end, season after season. There is no wealth to be gained, only starvation to be held at bay for another month. The yield will go first to the Lord, the taxes never waver, and whatever remains might feed their families if the weather is kind. But the weather is rarely kind. The sky above shifts constantly, always threatening something: rain, wind, hail, or frost. A sudden downpour can drown an entire season's planting. A late frost can kill young shoots overnight. A dry summer can shrivel everything into brittle death. The peasants glance upward often while they work, squinting at the clouds as though trying to read God's mood. Weather here isn't discussed as an inconvenience. It's spoken of like a violent, abusive relative who might knock on the door any moment. A boy pulls a wooden rake through the dirt nearby, his tiny frame shaking slightly from effort. He cannot be more than 6 or 7 years old, but his face already bears the tight, serious expression of someone who understands labour as his inheritance. Childhood here is not a period of discovery. It is simply a smaller version of adulthood, full of responsibilities and dangers. The ploughman nearby curses softly as his ox stumbles into a rut, sending the blade of his crude plough scraping sideways. The beast lows in protest, eyes rolling in annoyance, but the man steadies it, pulling the harness straight again and driving the point back into the soil. The cycle resumes without pause. A small flock of crows circles overhead, waiting for their opportunity. They know well what happens here. If the crop fails, and it so often does, there will be corpses for them before long. They wheel lazily on the rising breeze, black shapes against a grey sky. A distant bell tolls from the small church at the village's centre, its dull, iron voice echoing across the fields. The workers pause briefly, not because it signals rest, but because it marks one of the prayer hours. Heads bow briefly, hands make the sign of the cross, and then the rhythm resumes. God's schedule rules everything here, from planting to dying. You continue onward, walking along a narrow footpath that cuts through the edge of the field toward a wooded patch beyond. The trees here grow close together, their branches knotted like grasping fingers. The ground beneath them is drier, but not clean. Dead leaves rot in damp piles, releasing their own sharp, earthy musk into the air. Mushrooms sprout in clusters, some edible, most poisonous. Gatherers move quietly between the trunks, searching for firewood, berries, or herbs. One woman crouches low, carefully slicing mushrooms into a basket with a small worn knife. Another collects nettles and dock leaves, stuffing them into a cloth sack slung over her shoulder. Their hands move quickly, expertly, their eyes darting constantly for signs of danger. Not wild animals, but men. Because here, in the Lord's forest, every branch you touch is technically a theft. The law claims all timber for the Lord. Poaching wood, hunting game, or even gathering fallen branches without permission can bring brutal punishment. Fines, beatings, imprisonment, even execution, depending on who catches you. But the villagers steal anyway, because they must. Winters are long, fires must burn, fires. You pass a young man with a small bundle of sticks tied to his back. His eyes meet yours briefly, full of wary defiance, as if daring you to report him. You offer no sign, continuing on. Survival here breeds quiet complicity. A few paces ahead, a pair of men haul a freshly killed deer across the path, its limp body swinging between them on a long pole. Their faces are tense, eyes darting like nervous prey. The deer's throat bears a clean, deliberate cut, evidence of a skilled, illegal kill. The meat will be divided, shared among families under the cover of night. But if the Lord's men discover the kill, these two may find their next meal behind iron bars or beneath a noose. The forest breathes around you, thick with danger, yet alive with quiet determination. Life here, even in its smallest forms, refuses to die easily. The path winds back toward the village, where smoke now rises more thickly from every chimney, blending into the low sky like a heavy lid closing over the world. The day has fully begun. The village's pulse beats louder. The clanging of hammers, the clatter of carts, the murmur of voices rising together like distant waves. The weight of existence here is unrelenting. Every moment is a negotiation between hunger and sickness, between labour and fatigue, between silence and desperation. Yet life stubbornly persists. The villagers continue their slow, grinding war against nature, poverty, and fate. Not because they expect to win, but because surrender has never been an option. The workday doesn't begin here. It never truly ends. As the pale light of dawn struggles to filter through the low, endless ceiling of grey clouds, the village moves not because of any signal, but because survival demands it. Sleep was thin and fragmented, but the body rises anyway, driven by habit, hunger, and fear. Every hour wasted is food lost, and no one here can afford lost food. You watch the first movements as people stumble from their hovels, rubbing sore eyes, shoulders already hunched forward against the chill, as if bracing themselves for the weight of the coming day. There is no real breakfast to be had, at least not by your standards. Some chew on a crust of hard bread, softened slightly in stale beer. Others sip thin, tepid porridge, not warm, not filling, but sufficient to fool the stomach into silence for a while. The children eat nothing yet. They'll wait until evening, when what little food remains can be distributed evenly if there's enough. The smallest ones suck at their mother's breasts, drawing what nourishment they can from bodies that have little left to give. The village labours like a hive of exhausted ants, each member returning to their familiar task without question or deviation. The roles are fixed, and no one pretends otherwise. The men head for the fields, shoulders burdened with tools worn smooth from years of work. The women follow close behind, carrying baskets, bundles of kindling, or infants bound tightly against their backs. The children, those old enough to walk steadily, trail after them with smaller tools, their thin legs moving quickly to keep up. The fields themselves are less farmland and more battlefield. The soil resists every attempt to coax life from it. After generations of relentless planting, harvesting, and replanting, the earth lies exhausted beneath the villagers' feet, offering up its meagre yield like a prisoner surrendering crumbs to a captor. The tools used here are primitive. Wooden hoes with iron heads, rusted sickles, spades whose handles are wrapped with cloth to keep splinters from reopening old calluses. The ploughs are even cruder. Simple wooden frames, dragged reluctantly by oxen who snort clouds of steam into the morning air as they trudge forward, heads low, eyes half-lidded with fatigue. There is no rhythm to the labour, no synchronised teamwork, only endless repetition. Pull, cut, turn, dig, shift, pull again. You watch as a man hacks at the earth, sweat already soaking through his coarse tunic despite the cold. His hands move automatically, shoulders rotating in a slow, grinding rhythm like the gears of some broken, wheezing machine. Each strike of his hoe sends a dull thud into the dirt, releasing small bursts of damp earth that cling to his legs and feet. His breath comes in harsh, visible puffs. His eyes remain fixed on the ground. Beside him, his wife bends over, her hands clawing at the weeds that snake their way up between the rows of sprouting barley. She wears no gloves. Her fingers are raw, nails cracked and yellowed from constant contact with soil, water, and cold. She doesn't pause to rest or straighten her back. She can't. If she stops, the weeds win. If the weeds win, the food dies. If the food dies, they all follow. Further down the row, a young girl no older than 8 stumbles through the clinging mud, carrying a wooden bucket nearly as wide as her chest. She fills it with small rocks pulled from the soil, tossing them one by one into a growing pile nearby. The weight of the bucket makes her steps uneven, but she grits her teeth and keeps going. The rocks are cursed. They damage ploughs, break tools, and sabotage the already meagre harvest. Their removal is constant, endless, and thankless. The children's tasks are simple, but critical. Gathering rocks, chasing birds from the fields, carrying water, herding the goats, scaring away rodents. By the time they're 10, most will take on full adult roles. The smaller ones won't make it that far. The overseer of the fields walks slowly along the edge of the rows, carrying a wooden staff. He is not a lord, but a servant of one, the steward appointed to ensure the labour continues without interruption. His eyes are sharp, his mouth thin, his hands calloused but dry. He does not speak often, but when he does, his voice is flat and final. Those who work listen to him because they have no alternative. A poor harvest is not simply misfortune. It is crime, debt, and punishment. As noon approaches, the workers pause only briefly to sip from their water skins and eat whatever they carried with them. A small hunk of coarse bread, a sliver of cheese if fortune smiled, often nothing. The meal is short not because of discipline, but because there is nothing to extend it. There is no shelter in the fields. The wind cuts across the open land, slicing through the thin layers of wool like icy knives. Rain is a frequent visitor, soaking them to the bone before rolling off into the streams that carry it back toward the village's ditches and cesspools. Their boots, if they own them, are little more than leather wrappings, soaked and softened into useless sagging shapes by hours of trudging through soaked earth. But they continue, driven not by hope, but by the knowledge that stopping means hunger later. The afternoon brings a different kind of labour for some. the trades that serve the village, but bring their own varieties of suffering. In a shaded shed near the village edge, the blacksmith works shirtless beside his glowing forge. His chest glistens with sweat and soot. The rhythmic clang of hammer against iron echoes endlessly, the ringing note sharp and violent, slicing through the damp air. Sparks shower upwards, swirling into glowing clouds that briefly light his hardened face before winking out into nothing. The blacksmith's hammer is both his lifeline and his captor. Every tool the village owns, every plough blade, horseshoe, knife, and hinge depends on him. His arms bulge unnaturally from years of swinging the hammer, but his back is warped, his joints stiffening like rusted hinges. The heat from the forge dries the air to a choking thickness, but beyond the shed's edge, the cold waits patiently. The tanner works nearby, his craft even filthier than the blacksmith's. Skins soak in open pits of urine and lime, stewing for weeks under the open sky. The smell is otherworldly, sharp, acidic, and capable of driving even the flies away for brief moments. His hands are permanently yellowed, his skin cracked and raw from constant contact with caustic chemicals. Every breath he takes draws the stench deeper into his lungs, but this too is his livelihood. Across the square, the baker slides misshapen loaves into the stone oven's mouth, the fire crackling greedily as it devours the meagre fuel. The bread will emerge blackened on one side, doughy on the other, but it will be bread, and that is enough. The baker's face is lined deeply from years of leaning into the smoke-filled mouth of the oven, his eyes permanently squinted against the heat. His forearms are thick from kneading heavy, coarse dough, with fingers that feel more like stone than flesh. The women labour at home when not in the fields, cooking, washing, sewing, tending infants, and preparing what little food can be salvaged. Pots of pottage bubble endlessly over smoky hearths, absorbing whatever scraps and bones can be scavenged from the fields, the butchery, or the forest's edge. The stew changes daily, but not in a way that suggests variety or improvement. It simply absorbs whatever new ingredients are available, growing thicker, saltier, and darker over time. Children assist where they can, mimicking their parents' movements without ever understanding anything different might exist. They help carry water, gather kindling, stir the pots, shoo away chickens. Their bodies move in constant imitation of survival. Their minds are shaped early by hunger and repetition, so that by the time they are old enough to recognize suffering, they no longer possess the imagination to resent it. As evening approaches, the shadows lengthen, and the rhythm of labour shifts once again. Tools are gathered and stacked carefully under crude shelters. The livestock is herded back into pens or tethered under sagging lean-tos. Chickens and ducks are shoved into wooden crates, or allowed to roost beneath sloping roofs. The workers return home slowly, their bodies sagging beneath the weight of spent effort. Feet drag, shoulders stoop lower, eyes squint against the falling darkness. But there is no pride in returning home, no satisfaction. Only the knowledge that tomorrow the same slow, grinding struggle will resume. The work is never finished. It only pauses when the body gives out. And many bodies give out. The sun sinks lower now, though calling it sun feels generous. It's more like a dull smear behind layers of grey, casting a weak, watery light that barely manages to reach the ground. Shadows grow long and thin, stretching across the damp streets like fingers trying to pull the village into night before it's ready. But the labour does not stop. Not yet. As the men file back toward the village, their tools slung over tired shoulders, another wave of work begins within the homes themselves. You hear the sharp, rhythmic chop of dull knives slicing root vegetables and rough cuts of meat, such as they are. The scraping of blades against wooden boards fills the air alongside the bubbling hiss of pottage cooking slowly over weak fires. The fires are fed sparingly, wood is precious, smoke is suffocating, and there's never enough fuel to keep the hearth burning hot for long. The smell of food rises, but it's not inviting. It's heavy, thick. Equal parts boiled turnips, wilted greens, dried herbs, and the ever-present musk of damp wool, sweat, and unwashed skin. Pottage again. Always pottage. A single pot sits at the centre of each home, its contents endlessly recycled, its flavour a constantly mutating mixture of survival. New ingredients are not added out of creativity, but out of necessity, layered on top of whatever remains from yesterday, and the day before, and perhaps the week before that. The stew bubbles quietly, as though muttering its own protest to being stretched beyond its natural limits. Bits of gristle and bone float lazily beneath the thick surface film, while limp shreds of barley and onions swirl in exhausted spirals. Occasionally, the pot belches a wet bubble of trapped air, releasing a puff of scent that makes you wonder if the stew itself might someday grow sentient and revolt. The women stir, add water, and stir again, trying to stretch the meal further, as children hover nearby, wide-eyed and eager. They know better than to ask when it will be ready. It will be ready when it's time. And it's time when there's nothing left to do but eat. In the corners of the hovels, infants cry weakly, voices thin from hunger and damp lungs. The air inside is dense, saturated with the smoke of burning green wood and whatever scraps can be found to fuel the flames. The walls are streaked black from years of trapped soot, and the smoke stings your eyes almost instantly. Breathing here is not a comfort, it's an obligation. Older children sit near the fires, mending torn clothing under dim candlelight. Their fingers work stiffly, pulling dull iron needles through woolen fabric that has grown stiff from dirt, sweat, and countless repairs. The garments they patch have long since ceased to resemble their original form. A tunic starts as wool, but by its 5th or 6th year, it has become a patchwork of salvaged cloth, stitched together into something that covers skin but little else. The fabric smells of damp earth, body oil and mildew. Washing garments is rare, not just because it's difficult, but because soaking them weakens the threads, hastening their demise. Better to endure the stink than risk disintegration. You glance up at the low wooden beams above you. Thick ropes of dried herbs hang from them, their purpose half practical, half desperate ritual. Lavender to mask odour, wormwood to ward off insects, rosemary for luck, or at least the illusion of it. The beams sag slightly under their burden, bowed by time and moisture. Cobwebs drape from every joint like lace made by some blind, spiteful weaver. The men return, their faces slack with exhaustion. Their hands are raw, dirt embedded deep beneath their fingernails. Mud cakes their feet and calves, flaking off in brittle chunks as they shuffle across the dirt floors. The air thickens even more as bodies crowd together, each bringing their own personal cloud of damp, earthy musk into the confined space. No one comments, no one complains. The smell is simply life. Dinner is served by ladling portions of the pottage into wooden bowls, each roughly carved and deeply stained by years of use. The portions are small, The bread, when available, is dense and dark, a grim little loaf barely larger than a clenched fist. It crumbles dryly between teeth, often gritting with small bits of stone left behind during grinding. The bread grinds you back as you eat it. The stew is hot but unsatisfying. Its texture is somewhere between paste and sludge, its flavour blunted by repetition. Bits of turnip catch between your teeth. You bite down on something you hope is barley, and not a gristle fragment that somehow slipped through. Still, you swallow gratefully. Warm food means strength for another day. No one speaks much during the meal. Words cost energy. Conversation wastes breath that could be saved for the next labour. Occasionally, someone murmurs a quiet prayer, not out of piety but out of reflex. The rhythm of survival is punctuated by small, obligatory appeals to God. It's not faith so much as ritualized insurance. Once the meal concludes, the remaining bread crusts are tucked away, and the children gather what's left of the stew into a small pot to simmer overnight. Tomorrow's breakfast will be today's leftovers, thinned again with more water and perhaps a few scraps of whatever can be spared. But the labour does not end with dinner. The women continue their tasks, cleaning the bowls, sweeping the dirt floor with crude brooms, spinning wool by the fire's edge. The spinning wheel creaks softly, the fibres twisting under steady fingers into coarse, uneven yarn that will eventually become yet another layer of stiff, scratchy clothing. The men check the livestock pens before nightfall, ensuring that none of the goats, chickens or pigs have slipped free. The pens are ramshackle but critical. Even one animal lost is a small disaster. The animals are brought closer to the home where possible, not out of affection but out of defence. From wolves, from thieves, from the weather itself. A dog barks sharply outside, breaking the rhythm of evening chores. Everyone freezes briefly. Barking is never casual here. A second bark follows, then silence. The men exchange brief glances before one steps outside, a dull iron hatchet tucked into his belt. You hear his heavy boots crunching through the wet ground, his breath puffing into the air in thick clouds as he surveys the darkness. After a moment, he returns and shakes his head. Nothing, this time. Night draws closer, and with it comes the need for more wood to fuel the fire. A boy is sent out to collect small branches, returning with a meagre armful of damp sticks. The moisture in the wood causes the fire to sputter and spit angrily, filling the home with even thicker smoke. No one coughs anymore. They have grown accustomed to breathing through the burn. The candles gutter low, their tallow wicks consumed steadily as the hours pass. Light is rationed almost as strictly as food. Once the flames die, they will not be replaced until morning. Darkness is cheaper. Finally, the family collapses into the sleeping space. There are no separate rooms, no private quarters. A single straw mattress shared by parents and children, layered with rough blankets that itch with embedded dirt and invisible insects. The younger children curl close to their mother's side, seeking warmth when none is truly available. The adults lie still, but sleep does not come easily. The aches in their muscles throb beneath the skin. The lice in their hair continue their relentless work. The damp cold crawls through the threadbare blankets, slipping between bodies like a patient, hungry ghost. They listen to the sounds outside. The wind rattling loose shutters. The quiet lowing of animals. The distant howl of wolves beyond the forest line. The fire dies to embers, the labour pauses. But the struggle never sleeps. Night does not bring rest here. It brings a different kind of labour. As the village sinks into the heavy darkness, another layer of existence awakens. The work may pause for the body, but the mind continues, turning over worries like stones in an endless bitter river. The harvest was meagre this year. The taxes are due soon. The livestock is thin. The last child's cough hasn't gone away. The stew smells sourer than usual. The thatch leaked again. The dog barked last night. The wolves were too close. Even in sleep they calculate. How long can the grain last? How much salt remains? Will the cow survive the winter? Can we afford to lose another piglet? What if the rain doesn't stop? What if it never starts? Every hour awake means another reminder that their world balances constantly on a thin, frayed rope. The small flickers of firelight die one by one across the village as candles burn out, their wax pooling around blackened wicks. The hearth embers glow faintly in each home, their warmth shrinking slowly as the cold advances. It creeps across dirt floors, curling beneath the straw bedding, wrapping itself around bare feet and exposed skin. The straw mattress offers little comfort. Beneath its uneven surface, fleas nest in quiet armies. Lice crawl freely across scalps, their numbers growing unchecked in the warmth of the shared sleeping pile. You hear the soft scratch of fingernails against skin as mothers and children absently claw at their itches even in sleep. The air grows stale quickly in the confined space, heavy with the mixture of old sweat, animal musk, sour breath, and lingering smoke. The windows, if there are any, are little more than small holes covered by thin, oiled cloth, their surfaces streaked with moisture, where condensation battles against the cold outside. A faint trail of frost curls along their edges, creeping inward like fingers trying to claim what little warmth remains. Sudden noises puncture the stillness. The bray of a donkey, the sharp cry of a child dreaming poorly, the creak of timbers settling, the distant howl of wolves far beyond the village walls. Every sound jerks someone awake, but never fully. Exhaustion quickly drags them back towards half-consciousness, where the line between dream and reality grows thin. Time stretches unnaturally here. Without clocks, the villagers have no measure of the hours. Only the shifting cold, the sound of animals, and the gradual lightening of the sky tell them that the night is nearly over. And when that faint grey returns, another day begins, not as a fresh start, but as a continuation of the same loop. As dawn approaches, the air becomes sharp and metallic. Frost forms thin, spidery veins across exposed surfaces, glazing buckets, tools, and discarded cloth with a brittle sheen. The first to rise is often the oldest woman in the house, creeping from the bedding with slow, practiced movements. She crosses the frozen floor to stir the embers, coaxing a faint flame back to life, while blowing weakly through chapped lips. Her breath fogs in front of her face as she feeds small twigs into the glow, hands shaking slightly from the cold. The fire protests at first, reluctant to accept the offering, but eventually catches, sending a thin column of smoke twisting into the air. One by one, the others rise as well, groaning softly as stiff joints resist movement. The children shiver and huddle closer to their mothers before being nudged awake. There's no time for sluggishness. The fire must be fed. The animals must be tended. The fields must be checked. Water must be fetched. Fetching water, like everything else here, is labour. The well sits in the centre of the village, a circular pit of stone capped by a rotting wooden cover. Its rope creaks as the heavy bucket descends, vanishing into the darkness below. The pulley groans under the strain as it pulls the full bucket back into the light, dripping and sloshing as it swings wildly in the cold air. The water smells faintly of algae and something sourer. The villagers drink it anyway, boiling it when they have time, ignoring it when they don't. Illness is a constant shadow, but thirst demands immediate payment. The animals stir in their pens. The goats bleat softly, heads rising as their caretakers approach with small handfuls of withered hay and clumps of dried leaves. The pigs grunt and shift in their muddy enclosures, snouts rooting through their filth for anything edible. The chickens flutter awkwardly within their coops, scratching at the dirt beneath their roosts. Milking the goats and cows is one of the first chores of the morning. The women squat beside the animals, their hands working rhythmically to draw thin streams into wooden pails. The milk is thin and pale this season, and often barely enough to fill the smaller children's bowls. Cream is a luxury few see regularly, butter even more rare. As the sun struggles to rise, a thin fog drapes itself over the village like a shroud. Its chill clings to every surface, soaking into the wooden beams, the thatch, the clothes and the skin. Fingers go numb quickly, feet turn red and blotchy from exposure. The villagers stomp and rub their hands as they work, but the cold only withdraws briefly before pressing in again. The fields are waiting. The workers gather their tools. Dull hoes, cracked wooden rakes, spades with blades worn thin from use. The oxen are harnessed once again to the crude ploughs, their sides heaving with reluctant breath. The animals know the path as well as the men do, having trudged these rows since they were calves. The ground is partially frozen. The men curse softly as their tools strike harder patches of earth, sending vibrations up through their shoulders and into their teeth. The blades scrape, catch, and bounce unpredictably. Each furrow dug is a small victory won by force of will against a landscape that never cooperates. The work is brutal. Their backs bend under the strain, shoulders grinding under constant repetition. Blisters form beneath calluses. Muscles ache in dull, permanent throb. But there is no pause. If they fall behind today, the fields will punish them tomorrow. Weeds don't care for excuses. The steward appears again, always watching. His eyes scan each row, making quiet notes on who lags behind. If a family fails to meet its quota, it is noted, and those notes turn into punishments when the season's taxes are collected. The villagers do not speak to him. His presence is a cold wind, cutting through the sweat already staining their tunics. Further off, a group of children run along the far edges of the fields, clapping their hands and shouting at crows that gather to steal seeds. The children wave sticks wildly, scattering the birds, who flap lazily away only to circle back minutes later. This game plays out endlessly throughout the day. The children know they can never fully win, only delay defeat. As mid-morning approaches, the sun rises slightly higher. Not enough to warm, but enough to reveal more of the damp world. The frost melts into mist that hovers just above the ground like ghosts trapped beneath the weight of centuries. Lunch is a thin concept. The workers pause briefly, sitting heavily on piles of rocks or squatting in the mud. They chew on bits of yesterday's bread, tearing pieces loose with tired jaws. Some sip from skins filled with small beer, weak, barely fermented ale that is safer than the water and thick enough to quiet hunger for another hour. The liquid tastes sour and flat, but it is liquid, and it won't kill them immediately. There is no comfort here, only maintenance. The break is short, The ploughs return to motion, the hoes swing again, the rakes drag across the wet soil, pulling away stray weeds with reluctant efficiency. The men sweat under their wool tunics, even as their breath fogs in the cold. The damp clings to their skin like another layer of clothing, never fully evaporating. Their hands sting from the constant exposure. The cracks along their knuckles reopen with every flex. The wind carries the faint scent of blood where cuts have dried into thin, salty crusts. Infection is a permanent threat, lurking within even the smallest wounds. Cuts can fester quickly, growing hot and red beneath the skin, turning into angry boils that pulse with fever. There are no real doctors, no antibiotics. Only the healer with her herbs, her poultices, and her whispered prayers, none of which are guaranteed to do more than prolong the agony. But still, they work. Because if they don't, there will be no food. The hours drag forward like a wounded animal, refusing to die but offering no relief. The workers in the fields fall into their familiar, brutal rhythm. A quiet symphony of groans, breath, clinking iron, and dull wooden creaks. The ploughs leave behind thin, shallow furrows in the damp earth, each one carved by the same repetitive motion, each one a promise that may or may not yield food months from now. Beyond the fields, others labour in ways no less punishing. A woman kneels by the small stream that trickles past the edge of the village, her raw hands plunging into the icy water to scrub the family's meagre linens. The fabric is stiff, yellowed by sweat and smoke, pitted with holes patched too many times to count. The soap she uses is little more than boiled animal fat mixed with lye, burning her skin as she scrubs furiously. Her breath hisses between clenched teeth with every stroke, but she continues, knowing that even these thin, tattered garments will soon stink again, soaked anew with the filth of daily life. Nearby, another group gathers reeds from the edge of the marsh, slicing them free with crude iron blades. The reeds will be dried and woven into baskets, mats, or roofing patches, fragile defences against rain and rot. Every few minutes, one worker stops to slap away biting flies that buzz persistently around their heads, ignoring the way the insects land again almost instantly. The marsh breathes a heavy, fetid stink that clings to their hair and clothes long after they leave. Inside the village, the carpenter works beneath a sagging awning of cloth meant to keep the drizzle off his tools. His hands guide the dull blade of a saw back and forth through rough timber, carving crude boards that will reinforce sagging walls or replace rotted roof beams. Each cut releases the sharp scent of wet wood mixed with the omnipresent musk of rot. His tools are few: a hammer, a saw, a chisel, and their edges grow dull quickly on the knotty, half-rotted wood he's given to work with. The lumber arrives warped from damp storage, already half consumed by insects. He shapes it anyway. The village priest, too, labours in his own way, less physically, but no less vital to the machinery of survival. You see him moving slowly between the hovels, his black robe dragging through the mud, a small wooden cross clutched in one hand, a bucket of holy water in the other. He offers blessings to the sick, prays over infants coughing in their mother's arms, and hears whispered confessions from men who can barely meet his eyes. His words bring no real comfort, but they serve as thin salves for frightened souls who have nothing else to lean on. The villagers fear sin, but they fear starvation more. As the long afternoon grinds toward dusk, the market flickers briefly back to life. A travelling peddler has arrived with his donkey cart, pulling into the centre of the village to offer his small array of precious goods: coarse salt wrapped in cloth pouches, a few dull needles, thin coils of rough-spun thread, some cracked pottery, and a handful of heavily bruised apples. The villagers eye the goods warily, weighing their hunger against their coins, knowing full well that whatever they spend here will leave them more vulnerable to the tax collector's next visit. A mother holds a small child to her hip as she inspects one of the apples, her thumb brushing across a patch of soft rot near its stem. She glances briefly at her husband. He shakes his head. The apple is returned to the cart. The child watches it go, his eyes wide, his stomach empty. There is no bartering here. The peddler names his price in a flat, unfeeling voice. He knows the villagers are desperate. He knows they'll pay if they can. If they can't, someone else will. Beyond the market square, you pass a crude workshop where wool is being spun into thread. Women sit on low wooden stools, their fingers pulling tufts of raw wool into thin strands that feed into spinning wheels. The wheels creak with each slow turn, their steady rhythm blending with the dull murmur of whispered conversation. The women work by habit, their fingers raw and swollen from contact with the coarse fibres. The wool scratches their skin with every tug, leaving faint welts across their knuckles. The finished yarn will be woven into cloth that offers little warmth but shields them from the worst of the wind and rain. The fabric will stiffen with use, stiffen more with dirt, and eventually turn into the heavy, scratchy garments that wrap every villager like a second, suffocating skin. A few steps beyond, the cooper hammers metal bands into place around a crude wooden barrel. His workshop smells of damp oak, old ale, and the sharp tang of sour wine that leaked long ago from poorly sealed casks. His mallet rises and falls in steady arcs, each strike ringing out like a bell, echoing across the quiet streets. The barrels he makes are rough, prone to leaking, but functional enough to hold grain, salted fish, or whatever surplus the villagers might scrape together. A tiny figure sits nearby, his apprentice, no more than a boy of 8, sanding rough planks with a piece of pumice, his hands already calloused, his eyes dull with fatigue. There are no days off. There are no shifts. There is only labour. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows that crawl like fingers across the muddy lanes. The animals grow restless again, their calls echoing between hovels. Chickens flap into their nesting boxes. Goats are tethered back to their poles. The pigs grunt impatiently as they root through the day's leftovers, snapping at each other in squabbling bursts. A few final chores are finished, gathering dried dung for tomorrow's fires, stacking the last remaining bundles of firewood, drawing the animals closer for warmth and protection. Then, as if on cue, the bell from the small church rings once again, signalling evening prayers. The villagers turn their faces briefly toward the sound, some crossing themselves in silence, others mumbling rote prayers under their breath. The bell's tone fades slowly into the gathering dark. Inside the homes, the thin pottage bubbles once more, its smell unchanged from the morning. The same mixture of turnips, onions, and indeterminate scraps of previous meals. The families gather closely around their fires, bowls passed from hand to hand, bread carefully rationed to stretch through the coming week. The children eat quickly, the adults eat slowly. Hunger remains after every meal, like an unwanted guest who never leaves. After the meal, there is little to do. The adults sit silently, rubbing tired shoulders, scratching at their itches, or staring into the flickering firelight. And the children curl close to their mothers, eyes heavy, stomachs thin. Occasionally someone hums softly, an old song passed down through generations, sung not for joy, but for ritual. The melody floats briefly through the smoky air, weaving with the hiss of the fire, the creaks of the beams, and the distant howl of wind slicing between the hovels. The final task before bed, the lice comb. A mother pulls her child into her lap, holding a small iron comb with fine teeth. She draws it slowly through the child's hair, pausing to crush the tiny creatures between her fingernails. The child whimpers at the occasional tug, but sits still. This is not a punishment. This is simply another chore. When the fire dies low enough, the village is not a community of equals. That idea hasn't arrived here yet, or anywhere. Instead, existence flows through a rigid system of hierarchy, so old and so permanent that most no longer question its cruelty. It simply is. Like the rain, like the mud, like the cold. You are not your own person here. You belong to someone. At the top of this invisible ladder sits the Lord, a man who may not have visited the village in months, or even years, but whose presence hovers like a weight in every field, every transaction, every whispered conversation. His manor house lies somewhere beyond the distant woods, safely elevated above the swamp of labourers who feed him. His boots do not know mud. His breath does not fill with smoke. His children will never pick lice from their scalps beneath a leaky roof. He owns this land. Every clump of dirt you break with your hoe, every seed you bury, every sheaf you harvest, all of it belongs first to him. The house you live in is his. The tools you borrow are his. The livestock you tend are his. Your children, in a way, are his. Your duty is simple. Serve. In exchange for the privilege of bending your back in his fields, the Lord offers protection. Or so the story goes. Protection from raiders, from lawlessness, from wolves of both the forest and the political kind. But protection here is mostly theoretical. When bandits strike, or illness sweeps through the village, you do not see his soldiers. When the harvest fails, you do not see his grain stores open to the starving. His world exists elsewhere. His peace, his comfort, his safety are far from yours. But his steward is always here. The steward rides through the village often, sitting high on a thin-boned horse that stares down its long face at the peasants below. The steward himself is a man neither fully noble nor fully common, a functionary whose power is derived entirely from the Lord's absence. He carries scrolls listing debts and quotas, his thin fingers stained with ink and wax seals. He does not work the land. He doesn't mend roofs. He does not butcher hogs or scrape hides in the tanning pits. But his voice carries authority that outweighs any calloused hand. When he speaks, people bow their heads. When he demands, people produce, or they suffer. His words are not loud. He does not need volume. His commands are measured and cold. The tax is increased this season. The grain quota was not met. The penalty will be collected. No one argues, not openly. The steward speaks with the voice of the absent Lord, and questioning him is as futile as cursing the rain. Beside the steward walks his clerk, a thin, nervous man who carries a wooden ledger like a holy relic. He records every detail with careful strokes of his quill. Who paid their due? Who failed? Who borrowed seed grain last winter, and still owes for it? The villagers glance warily at him as he scratches notes into the parchment, knowing that even a small debt recorded today may grow into a disaster tomorrow. And behind them, often, walk the soldiers. They are not many, perhaps 2 or 3, but they don't need numbers. Their presence is enough. Leather jerkins creak as they move. Short swords hang at their sides. Long wooden cudgels rest easily in their gloved hands. They do not smile. Their eyes scan lazily across the bowed heads of the villagers, searching for the slightest defiance, the smallest flicker of resistance. When the steward leaves, the villagers straighten slightly, but only slightly. His shadow lingers long after his horse's hooves fade into the distance. But it is not only the Lord Steward who rules here. Hierarchy has smaller, crueler layers. The reeve, one of your own, lives among you but answers upward. He is chosen from the peasants, but serves as their overseer. His house is slightly larger, his grain stores slightly fuller, his clothing slightly warmer. His authority is both resented and feared. He reports your failures. He enforces collection. His word weighs heavily if conflict arises. If you offend him, your name may appear on the steward's list sooner than expected. Yet the reeve, too, is trapped. His privilege is thin, and his favour precarious. One mistake, one poor season, and he can fall just as easily. The villagers whisper about his family as much as they whisper about their own misfortunes. Then there are the craftsmen, not free by any modern sense, but slightly elevated above the labourers. The blacksmith, the miller, the carpenter. Their skills afford them marginally better diets, slightly sturdier homes, perhaps even a second set of clothing. But they remain firmly within the Lord's control. They serve because the village needs their work, and the Lord needs the village to function. The miller in particular occupies an awkward rung in this fragile ladder. His stone tower stands at the edge of the village, and every sheaf of grain you harvest must pass through his hands before it feeds your family. For the use of his mill, he collects his share. A generous portion, always. His scales are never quite balanced. His tolls are never quite fair. But challenging him risks far more than losing a few handfuls of flour. The miller has friends in higher places. You watch as a line of villagers wait their turn at his door, sacks of barley slung over thin shoulders. They bow their heads as he measures, his thick fingers nudging the weight slightly with practiced subtlety. The resulting pile of flour shrinks before your eyes, the missing weight slipping easily into his own stores. No one speaks, no one challenges. Everyone sees. This is the system. And at the very bottom sit those who own nothing. The cotters, the labourers without land, working for others in exchange for scraps of food or small coins. They mend fences, dig ditches, haul stones, patch roofs. Their homes are the smallest, their clothes the thinnest. When sickness comes, and it always comes, they die first. But even below them, there are those who have nothing left at all, the beggars, the orphans, the widows without sons to care for them. They haunt the village's edges like ghosts still clinging to flesh. Thin hands reach out from filthy cloaks. Eyes stare, hollow and sunken. Their bellies shrink until only the skin remains, draped loosely over brittle ribs. These people receive no wages, no protection, no acknowledgement beyond a passing glance or a muttered prayer. Their poverty is not an accident. It is part of the structure. The ladder needs its bottom rung. And yet, even among the poor, there are codes, unspoken rules. A young man may share a crust with his cousin, but not with a stranger's child. A widow may receive alms from the church, but not enough to lift her fully from suffering. The boundaries remain fixed, reinforced by the quiet knowledge that any kindness given today may leave the giver hungry tomorrow. The Church offers sermons about humility, about accepting one's station, about God's design for the world. The villagers listen, nod, and cross themselves. They believe or pretend to. The Church is after all both salvation and surveillance. Its priest may be kind or cruel, but his sermons always remind them that their suffering is not a mistake, but a test. Obedience is virtue. Endurance is holiness. Poverty is purity. When someone steps out of line, humiliation is swift and public. A thief caught stealing grain may be bound to the pillory in the village square, his head and hands locked into wooden stocks, exposed to the mocking laughter of his neighbours, the jeers of children throwing rotten vegetables. The punishment is not only physical discomfort, but social branding, a public reminder of his crime, a permanent dent in his place within the fragile order. Even small disputes over grazing rights, boundary stones, or debts unpaid often end in public shaming. A woman accused of gossip might be dragged before the church to confess her sin, her neighbours staring silently as the priest enumerates her failures aloud. Her eyes remain fixed on the ground. The villagers mutter prayers as if to distance themselves from her disgrace. The rules are brutal, but familiar. Everyone knows where they stand. Everyone knows who they serve. The weight of hierarchy presses down from every direction. From the lord, from the steward, from the reeve, from the priest, from your own neighbours, and always from hunger. Because hunger has no rank. Hunger rules all. The ladder of hierarchy stretches beyond the village. You're not just beneath the Lord, you are beneath the world. Above your small village sits a vast, invisible machine of power, one so massive and indifferent that it barely acknowledges your existence except to count your grain. The king himself reigns far away, his castle distant and unreachable, his face seen only on the rarest of coins, if ever. His wars take your sons. His taxes take your food. His edicts reshape your life like wind reshapes a sand dune, slowly, relentlessly, and always without your consent. But even the king is not alone at the top. Around him gather his noblemen, great lords, barons, earls, each controlling hundreds of villages like yours, each skimming their own portion of the harvests, each fighting quiet wars of influence against one another, while peasants bend their backs under the weight of both armies. When these lords quarrel, it is not they who suffer. It is you. A dispute between nobles might erupt in violence, sending armoured men through your fields, burning crops, slaughtering livestock, demanding food and coin under threat of the sword. Raiding parties of soldiers press into villages like hungry wolves, demanding lodging, demanding women, demanding everything not nailed down. You cannot resist. You kneel. You pray. You surrender. Sometimes they leave you alive. Even when peace holds, the nobility's hunger trickles downward into your life. You pay the Lord's taxes. The Lord pays his superior. The superior pays the king. The king funds his armies, his courts, his hunts, and his palaces. Every coin you surrender is a drop of blood drawn from the slow, exhausted pulse of your labour. But hierarchy is not simply about who rules. It's about who is allowed to be seen. When visitors pass through your village, you step aside. You avert your eyes. Even minor knights ride their horses through the streets with heads held high, their fine cloaks billowing behind them, their boots never touching mud. The villagers flatten against the walls as they pass, bowing their heads low. It is not law, it is instinct. To meet the gaze of your better is a silent insult. To speak first is a presumption. To fail to bow is rebellion. The knight does not thank you for stepping aside. He does not even see you. You are dirt beneath his mount's hooves, mud to be brushed away after the journey. The church reinforces this order, of course. In sermons, the priest reminds you that God placed everyone in their station for divine reasons. The Lord was born to rule. The knight was born to fight. You were born to serve. To question this arrangement is not merely disobedience. It is sin. It is rebellion against God himself. The priest speaks of heaven as a distant reward, one granted only after a lifetime of endurance and quiet suffering. In this life, your place is fixed. Your humility is your virtue. The rich are tested by wealth. The poor are tested by hunger. Both are equally holy, or so the priest claims. You nod. You cross yourself. You pretend to believe. The irony is cruel. For while you scrape mould from your bread and patch your tunic for the 5th time, the Lord feasts. His hall is lit by fat wax candles, their flames warm and bright. Long tables groan under the weight of roasted meats. Venison, boar, wild birds stuffed with herbs you've only smelled from a distance. Pewter goblets overflow with dark wine, poured from imported barrels that arrived from ports you've never even heard of. His guests laugh loudly, their voices echoing against stone walls you will never stand within. His dogs eat better than your children. The humiliation runs deeper still. Should you be summoned to his manor, for tax disputes, for accusations, for judgments, you enter through the servants' gate, bowing low before you even step into the room. You stand in the shadows as the steward speaks on your behalf, your words filtered through his tone. You are addressed only as peasant or tenant. Your name is irrelevant. You watch as the steward presents your grain, your livestock, your debts like numbers on a tally stick. The Lord listens with bored disinterest, occasionally sipping wine as your fate is discussed, like the purchase of a pig or a cartwheel. If you are lucky, the judgment is mild. A small increase in tax, perhaps an extra day of labour added to your corvée obligations. If you are not lucky, your fields may be seized for some minor infraction, your livestock confiscated as punishment for a missed payment, your family reduced to begging at the church steps. And you will thank them for their mercy. Even within the village, smaller humiliations define your daily existence. The baker may short you on flour. You cannot protest. The miller may steal extra grain from your sacks. You dare not complain. The reeve may assign you the worst corner of the field to sow. You swallow your frustration. The tanner may demand higher prices for mending your shoes. You nod and pay. Because behind every minor figure of power stands someone greater, someone who will always believe them before you. Justice here is not for the poor. You see it most clearly when punishment is handed down. The stocks stand at the village square's edge, a permanent fixture, like a warning carved in wood. Those placed in them suffer more than just sore necks. Their shame is public. Villagers spit, throw rotten food, mutter curses. Children giggle and throw clumps of dirt, mimicking their parents. The priest watches silently from the church steps, hands folded, face unreadable. The guilty, real or accused, bear it all with heads lowered, knowing that dignity is not theirs to reclaim. Sometimes the punishments are crueler. The pillory, the whipping post, the branding iron. instruments of power, designed not simply to hurt but to display. The lashed tears open backs, already raw from labour, leaving bright, wet stripes that weep beneath rough tunics. Each strike is a lesson to everyone watching. This is what happens when you forget your place. Branding sears permanent marks into skin. A thief's mark burned into the hand. A beggar's cross pressed into the cheek. A debtor's symbol etched into the arm. The pain is sharp, but it is the permanence that cuts deeper. The mark announces your failure for the rest of your life. You cannot hide it. You cannot outlive it. Even when no crime has been committed, the hierarchy itself is an ongoing humiliation. You rise before the sun, work through cold rain, bleed from cracked skin, eat thin porridge while your superiors feast, and fall asleep under lice-ridden blankets, all while knowing you're only ever one bad season, one sick cow, one poor harvest away from ruin. And no one above will save you when it happens. But you endure. Because endurance is the only rebellion left to you. Endurance is the only rebellion left to you. But even endurance has its limits. The hierarchy is not simply visible in tax rolls or punishments. It invades every moment of life, carving itself into gestures, habits, and even language. You are trained from birth to know your place, not through laws written on paper, but through looks, whispers, and expectations as natural as breathing. When you greet someone above you, you bow your head, never meet their eyes. The idea of equality is absurd, foreign, dangerous. Even standing upright feels like a silent threat if held too long. Your spine bends instinctively, shoulders hunch not only from labour, but from submission carefully practised since childhood. Your speech, too, is shaped by hierarchy. To your betters, your voice softens. You say, "My lord," "Your grace," "Sir," even if it chokes in your throat. You apologise even when you have done nothing wrong. You thank them for the opportunity to serve. Even gratitude is part of the humiliation. If you stumble in front of a noble, you apologise for the ground. If your cart breaks and blocks a road, you apologise for your existence. You are trained not only to expect punishment, but to accept it as deserved. Even within your own village, there are those who practice these humiliations on you, because someone practices them on them. The reeve's wife speaks sharply to the Kotar woman who works her garden. The blacksmith's apprentice kicks a beggar aside when he blocks the forge's door. The baker curses at the orphan girl for standing too close to his stall. These small cruelties serve no purpose except to remind everyone where they stand. And it works, because everyone fears the slow collapse into the rung below. The poor fear becoming the destitute fear death. And death is never far. Illness is its most frequent messenger, and it obeys no ladder of power. A bad winter brings coughing fits that echo through thin walls and spread easily among bodies huddled close together. A simple cut, left untended, grows hot and angry, spreading red streaks beneath the skin as fever sets in. Rashes spread across children's bellies. Pustules bloom on skin like foul flowers. The body breaks itself from within. The church offers prayers and rituals. The healer offers herbs and poultices. But mostly, illness simply takes who it will. Sometimes, whole families disappear over a single season. The graveyard grows another crooked cross, another shallow pit. The remaining villagers pause only briefly. There is no time to grieve when the next chore awaits. But sickness does not humiliate like poverty. Poverty strips dignity in slow, scraping layers. When your field yields poorly, you go to the steward to beg for seed grain. You remove your cap, bow, and speak softly, explaining that the rain came late, or the wind flattened the young stalks, or the ox fell sick and could not plough. You tell the truth, and you know it does not matter. The steward listens with patient boredom. He may grant you a loan, grain that you will repay with interest next season, or he may not. If he does, you leave with a heavier burden. If he does not, you leave with nothing but the weight of his stare. In winter, when the hunger presses sharpest, some families swallow their pride and send their oldest daughters to the manor house, where the lady of the estate may take them as servants. The work is brutal but safe, safer than starving at home. But even here, humiliation follows. The servants are called girls, even when they are women. They scrub the stone floors on their hands and knees, empty chamber pots, launder fine linen, while their own families wear wool hardened by years of filth. They sleep on straw pallets in cold storerooms. They eat only after the household is finished, scraps of roast, bits of congealed gravy scraped from platters. They bow deeply when addressed. They speak only when spoken to. They learn quickly which nobleman's gaze lingers too long. They learn what happens if they refuse. The shame follows them home on rare visits. Everyone knows why they were sent to the manor. Everyone sees the nicer wool scarf, the better shoes, and the smoother hands that come from work that is inside, not outside. No one says it aloud. They nod, they smile, they pretend, and the ladder holds. In the village square, a travelling merchant passes through on rare occasion, his cart rattling over the uneven path. He displays coloured fabrics, tin cups, beads, small combs, and glistening needles from distant towns. For a moment, the villagers gather in quiet awe, marvelling at the useless luxuries that exist in some other world far from theirs. A child reaches for a polished glass bead, her thin fingers stretching toward the smooth, shiny surface. Her mother slaps her hand down sharply, whispering, "Don't touch what you cannot afford." The merchant watches with a knowing smirk. He has seen this hundreds of times. He sells a needle for a price that equals 3 days' worth of eggs. He leaves with his cart heavier in coin. The villagers stay, a little poorer, a little more resentful, but no less desperate to have the tiny illusion of beauty among their endless greys and browns. The humiliation of hierarchy extends even into marriage. You marry not for love, but for survival. Daughters are offered as bargaining pieces between families. I have 2 strong sons who can plough. Your daughter can spin and milk. Let us combine them. The priest blesses the union with solemn words, speaking of love and God's will, but both families know this is simply an exchange of resources disguised as piety. A girl may marry at 13, her belly swelling before she understands her own body. A boy may be forced to wed a widow twice his age because her late husband owed the steward coin, and her labour is still valuable. Consent is a word no one uses. And yet, even within these humiliations, the structure survives because of one simple rule. There is always someone lower. The crippled man who lost his foot in a cart accident begs near the church steps, his twisted leg stretched out in front of him, a wooden bowl clutched between broken fingers. His eyes follow every passerby like a starving dog's. The villagers glance at him but offer nothing. He reminds them too much of themselves, of how quickly they could join him. The orphaned boy, no more than 5, follows behind the baker's wife, collecting crumbs she drops on purpose, too proud to give charity outright. His feet are bare, his ribs sharp. his hair crawling with lice. But he smiles faintly when she pretends not to notice him. The old woman whose husband died 2 winters ago sits beneath the eaves, carding rough wool with stiff, shaking hands. She trades small bundles of poorly spun yarn for thin cakes of barley flour, never quite receiving enough to fill her stomach. These people remain invisible to the steward, to the reeve, to the church. They are beneath notice, living warnings carved in flesh, reminders to everyone else of what waits below. This is the shape of hierarchy here, a pyramid built not of stone, but of hunger, shame and fear. Every rung above survives by leaning on those beneath. Every small comfort purchased by the suffering of another. And you stand somewhere within it, balancing carefully, praying only that the ladder does not shift beneath your feet. Hierarchy doesn't only exist outside your home, it creeps into your thoughts. It shapes how you speak to your own family, even within your one-room hovel where everyone breathes the same cold smoke and sleeps under the same lice-filled blanket. There are lines of power. The father holds authority, not because he chooses it, but because the system demands it. He assigns the work. Who gathers water? Who tends the goats? Who mends the roof? His word carries weight not because he rules, but because the family depends on discipline to survive. A misstep costs food. A delay costs warmth. There is no room for argument when the winter approaches and the barley yield runs thin. The mother commands the domestic world, managing the impossible mathematics of how long the oats will stretch, how many eggs the chickens may offer, how much milk remains after the calf is fed. She determines which child receives a second crust of bread, which worn tunic will be patched again rather than replaced. She comforts the coughing infant while watching the elder child pluck lice from his scalp. The children learn early that their bodies are not their own. Their labour belongs to the family, their future already mapped before they can spell their own names, if they ever learn to read at all. The eldest son knows he will inherit his father's plot of land, meagre though it is. His brothers will not. They will labour on other men's fields or leave the village altogether in search of work as soldiers or servants or thieves. The daughters will marry where they are told. If no husband can be found, they will serve wealthier families or the church, or worse. Their place in the world is never a question they ask aloud. But even within the family, hierarchy falters when misfortune strikes. If the father falls ill and cannot work, his authority shrivels as quickly as his body. The mother takes decisions upon herself. The sons work harder, younger. The daughters take on the burdens of adults long before they are ready. The family bends to absorb the wound, but only for a while. If the illness lingers, or the injuries worsen, pity turns to strain. The mouths do not stop hungering simply because the hands stop working. Resentment simmers quietly beneath the daily tasks. No one says it aloud, but everyone feels it, the weight of carrying one who can no longer contribute. Sometimes, in the harshest winters, families abandon the weakest to fate, not through malice, through necessity. The very landscape participates in this grim order. The forest, nearby but forbidden, offers both opportunity and punishment. Cutting wood without permission risks the steward's wrath. Hunting game is illegal unless granted by the Lord's decree. But hunger has sharp teeth. You hear stories whispered over the evening stew. A man who crept into the forest after dark, snared a rabbit and was caught by the reeve's men. His fine was heavy. So heavy, his family surrendered their last goat to cover it. Others were not fined, They were hanged. Even the trees are loyal to the hierarchy. They belong to the Lord as surely as you do. Beyond the fields lie the roads, thin veins connecting your village to others, winding through dangerous, unguarded land where bandits wait for travellers bold or desperate enough to move between settlements. Few leave the village unless forced. Those who do speak of tax collectors, soldiers, merchants, and sheriffs, all repeating the same hierarchies in their own territories, as though no corner of the world is free from someone sitting above you. Travellers from the distant city sometimes pass through, their carts loaded with foreign goods. Salt, spices, iron tools, sometimes even silk. Luxury so distant from your reality they feel almost mythical. You watch as they speak to the reeve and the steward, exchanging coins that you will never touch. Their boots are dry, their cloaks clean, their hands free of calluses. They move like people who have never once begged the earth for food. You do not envy them. You do not even allow yourself to imagine becoming them. You simply turn your head and return to your labour, knowing that their world is not yours. Even festivals, meant to be moments of joy, reflect your place. On holy days, the villagers gather before the church, dressed in their slightly better tunics, faces washed for the occasion. The priest leads the prayers, blessing the fields, the animals, the crops, and of course the Lord and King. Afterward, there may be dancing, simple music, and weak ale shared from wooden mugs. Children run barefoot in circles, laughing as they forget their hunger for a brief hour. But always, the steward watches from his place of honour beneath a colourful cloth canopy, his boots resting on clean straw, his cup of wine never empty. The villagers glance at him occasionally while they dance, as though seeking permission to feel happy. The musicians tire quickly. Their fingers raw, their strings fraying, the laughter fades, the hunger returns, and the ladder remains. Sometimes, rare and terrible events shake the hierarchy violently. A famine arrives, a sickness spreads, a war draws soldiers through your fields, burning everything you spent years cultivating. When these storms hit, even the Lord himself may tremble. His tax rolls empty, his barns looted, his servants dead or fleeing. But even in such moments, the suffering falls hardest on those at the bottom. You're the first to starve. You're the first to bury your children. You're the first to be forgotten. After the disaster passes, the system rebuilds itself with terrifying speed. A new steward arrives. A new tax is levied to repair what was lost. The remaining peasants bow and rebuild their roofs, reseed their fields, and return to the rhythm of survival. The ladder creaks, but it never breaks, and always the church stands at the village centre, its spire reaching toward heaven. A constant reminder that your suffering is not only tolerated, but sanctified. The priest's voice echoes each week. Blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. You mouth the words, your voice blending with your neighbour's, repeating the same tired hope, the same fragile promise. If not in this life, then in the next. But heaven feels far away. Culture in the medieval world is not what you know. It is not art museums and music halls and books stacked on wooden shelves. It is not freedom of thought or expression or debate. Culture here is a net woven tightly by tradition, by fear, by control. You live inside it like a fly trapped in a web, caught, bound, and largely unaware that escape was ever a possibility. From the moment you're born, your mind is shaped by rules older than your village itself. The first words you hear are prayers. The first stories you learn are parables. The first fears you're taught are of sin, demons, and God's unyielding judgment. The church is not just a place. It is the air you breathe. Its stone walls loom at the village centre, solid, cold, and unmoving. The wooden door groans beneath iron hinges blackened by rain. A thin, crooked steeple reaches for the heavens like a bony finger, always pointing to where your eyes are supposed to look, upward, never inward. You enter the church on every holy day. You kneel on rough, splintering pews. You press your calloused palms together. The priest stands before you in his faded robe, his voice steady and slow. His words are heavy, sinking into the room like fog. Latin phrases drift from his lips, unintelligible but unquestioned, for Latin is the language of God. You nod along anyway, mimicking your neighbours, mouthing prayers that you know by shape rather than by meaning. Understanding is not your place, obedience is. The priest's sermons in your native tongue are clear enough. You are lowly, you are sinful. You must accept your suffering, for it purifies your soul. The rich are rich by God's will. The poor are tested by God's love. Questioning the order of things is rebellion against the Almighty himself. The priest speaks of devils often, of temptations lurking in every dark corner of your heart. He names sins like they are lurking beasts: pride, lust, sloth, greed. You memorize them. You fear them. You confess them. Confession is not optional. Each season you kneel before him, eyes down, voice shaking, listing your failings. You fear that you might forget a sin, that one unspoken failing might condemn you to hell. The priest listens in silence, then offers penance, prayers, perhaps fasting, or service to the church. You nod, grateful, even as your stomach clenches at the thought of skipping another meal. You do not expect forgiveness to feel like relief. You expect it to feel like obligation. Fear is not something you run from here. Fear is your companion. You fear God. You fear sin. You fear witches and demons, whose presence is as real to you as the mud beneath your feet. The priest warns of them often. Women who consort with the devil, who steal children in the night, who cause crops to fail with curses muttered under their breath. Superstition wraps your mind like another layer of cold, tight wool. You carry charms sewn into your clothes, small crosses carved from bone, bits of holy text copied by a literate cousin, sprigs of dried herbs tied with thread. They offer no real protection, but they quiet the gnawing dread that lurks with every shadow. When a cow gives stillbirth, you wonder if someone cast the evil eye. When your child coughs through the night, you wonder if you offended a saint. When the rain refuses to fall, you wonder if the village itself is cursed. The line between natural misfortune and divine punishment is as thin as your winter blanket. The priest offers explanations. He speaks of original sin, of mankind's fall from grace, of the ever-present devil hunting for weak souls. You believe him because the alternative, that the world is simply indifferent, is too terrifying to consider. There are saints to pray to for everything. For the harvest, for illness, for childbirth, for lost animals. Wooden icons of their faces line the church walls, their faded eyes watching as you mouth desperate prayers. Candles burn in small pools of wax before them, flickering like tiny, frightened hearts. But prayer does not guarantee mercy. When sickness sweeps the village, taking infants from their mothers' arms and leaving bodies in shallow graves, the priest reminds you that God's will is mysterious. When the crops rot in the fields, The priest preaches that your faith must be stronger. When storms batter the thatch from your roof, he tells you to repent. The church owns land too, the best land. It collects tithes alongside the steward, 1/10 of your meagre harvest, placed carefully into baskets, handed over with bent necks and quiet voices. These offerings are called gifts, though they are never optional. You give because God sees everything. In the colder months, when hunger gnaws hardest, some villagers steal into the church at night, touching the altar, whispering prayers more like bargains. They ask for mercy, not understanding that mercy, like food, is always scarce. Religion shapes your calendar as much as the seasons. Holy days punctuate the brutal monotony of labour. Festivals mark the few moments when singing and dancing are permitted, when small cups of ale are shared, when children laugh without glancing toward their parents for permission. Even these moments are wrapped in rules. You celebrate saints' days because the priest orders them. You fast during Lent because your soul demands it. You gather for Mass because the absence of your body is noticed. Every act of joy is bracketed by obligation. Every act of survival is pinned to faith. And outside the church, the folk beliefs continue their quiet work. The old women, the midwives, the healers, they whisper stories passed down for generations. Stories older than the church itself. They mix herbs not only for health, but for protection. They murmur words over sick children. They tie charms above doorways. The priest tolerates this, barely. Sometimes, as long as the old ways do not challenge his sermons, as long as the people return to their pews on Sunday, as long as the prayers to saints are louder than the whispered folk songs. But when the line is crossed, when a child dies mysteriously, when livestock falls ill too often, when tempers rise during famine, the old women become targets. A woman accused of witchcraft has little defence. The accusation itself is almost enough to condemn. She might be dragged to the church steps, where the priest questions her in front of the village. Neighbours whisper. Eyes turn cold. Even friends distance themselves. Fear spreads faster than truth. Sometimes she's tied to a stool, her legs bound, and lowered into a pond. If she floats, it is proof of witchcraft. If she sinks, God will judge her soul. Either outcome leaves her body broken. And the villagers watch because they must. Because being seen defending her would place them in danger. Because fear feeds the ladder that holds the entire world upright. Even the very shape of your thought is narrowed by belief. You do not question why you suffer. You ask only whether you have suffered enough. When your child dies, you pray for the soul to reach heaven quickly. When your husband coughs blood into a rag, you pray that God grants him a peaceful death. When the steward takes your last bag of oats, you pray for the strength not to curse him. Even your rebellions happen inside your own head. A bitter thought as you hand over your tithe. A clenched jaw as you bow before the reeve. A silent wish, quickly confessed, for God to punish those who rule you unfairly. But you never stop bowing, because the world you know tells you, if you suffer enough, you may be rewarded in the next life, and so you continue. Because belief, like the mud, like the hunger, like the cold, is inescapable. The weight of belief is not limited to the church. It seeps into every corner of life, tying your hands long after you've left the pew. Even your tools carry superstition. Even your chores hum with whispered rituals. When the seeds are planted, prayers are muttered beneath breath. The women cross themselves as the barley is laid beneath the earth, not merely in thanks, but in fearful hope that the sky will answer with rain instead of frost. The ground itself is seen as moody, unpredictable, nearly sentient, needing not just labour, but reverence. Before harvest, charms are tied to fence posts, small bundles of herbs, feathers, bones. The priest may frown at these traditions, but he knows better than to forbid them outright. He understands. People need to believe that someone is listening. In childbirth, belief becomes desperate. The birth room is a sacred, terrifying space. The midwife enters with her bag of rough-wrapped tools, small knives, coarse cloths, bundles of dried herbs whose bitter scents fill the cramped hovel. The pregnant woman lies on a wooden bed that shifts and creaks with every contraction. Around her, other women murmur prayers to saints of childbirth, to Mary herself, to whatever higher force may see fit to spare the child, or the mother. Men are kept outside. The midwife moves between the world of faith and the world of superstition like a careful dancer. She speaks holy words while secretly slipping small charms beneath the bed. She blesses the child while watching carefully for signs of misfortune. A birthmark shaped like an animal, too many fingers, an unusually quiet infant. Each abnormality is noted. Each carries suspicion. Stillbirths are common. When they happen, silence fills the room. Eyes drop. No one speaks of what might have caused it. The child is buried quickly, without the full rites of baptism. It is whispered that unbaptized souls wander forever. But even a healthy birth offers no guarantee. The first weeks of life are dangerous. Many infants slip away before they have learned to crawl. And each death feels like a failure, not only of the body, but of belief. Perhaps a punishment for some sin unspoken. You are taught that God watches everything, your thoughts, your dreams, your private moments when you dare to feel envy or anger or even joy. Joy itself feels dangerous sometimes. To be too happy invites attention. From jealous neighbours, from fate, from demons who may wish to humble you. It is safer to remain solemn, safer not to tempt providence. The rhythm of the year offers brief punctuations to the bleakness. Festivals, yes, but even they are soaked in layers of fear and control. At Candlemas, you bring wax candles to the church to be blessed. You hope these candles will protect your home from lightning, plague, and demons through the year. At Easter, the fields are blessed, and the priest leads processions through muddy streets, his voice heavy with chants that swirl into the cold wind. At All Hallows Eve, the thin boundary between worlds makes your breath catch. Fires are lit, doors are locked tight. The dead, it is said, walk briefly among the living. You whisper the names of lost relatives, hoping to honour them, and praying they do not knock on your door. On these nights, the line between church doctrine and ancient fear blurs entirely. The saints offer protection, but so do iron nails driven into door frames. So do bowls of salt set in corners. So do circles drawn in chalk. The priest may not approve, but the villagers do not ask his permission. Even animals are drawn into this world of belief. The cow that refuses to give milk may be cursed. The chicken that lays blood-spotted eggs may be an omen. The dog that howls at night might be sensing death. The black cat that crosses your path is not just a creature, but a potential harbinger. The livestock themselves feel the sting of human desperation. On rare occasions, when disease spreads through the herd, or wolves thin the flock too deeply, desperate villagers may turn to darker rituals whispered of, but rarely admitted aloud. A calf might be slaughtered beneath a full moon, its blood spread in thin lines along the fence posts, the pelt burned, the bones buried at the crossroads, always in secret, always in fear. The priest speaks of these things as abominations. The villagers listen with bowed heads. Some of them, later that night, still sneak out with their knives. The church pretends it holds full dominion over souls. But in practice, belief is layered like sediment. Centuries of ritual and fear compacted together. Everywhere you look, there is some rule, some small superstition that governs your actions. If your left ear rings, someone speaks ill of you. If your bread splits in the oven, misfortune approaches. If a crow perches on your roof, death may come soon. If a child's teeth come late, it means weakness in the bloodline. No moment of life is free of these quiet calculations. And always, behind it all, is judgment. Judgment from God. Judgment from your neighbours. Judgment from the steward, the reeve, the priest, the Lord. Judgment from yourself. Even your dreams betray you. The priest teaches that sins can occur in sleep, that lustful visions, angry fantasies, small rebellions whispered only in the quiet corners of your mind may still mark you for punishment. So you confess them, ashamed, terrified, weeping sometimes. And the priest, in turn, reminds you to be grateful for the chance to confess at all. Because hell is always waiting. You know its imagery well. You see it painted on the wooden panels inside the church. Sinners cast into pits of fire, demons with gnarled claws raking at flesh, rivers of flame curling around desperate souls screaming for mercy. Children are shown these images as soon as they can walk. The fear becomes part of you early, but so does the dull numbness that follows. When suffering becomes constant, the horror of it fades into familiarity. Pain is normal. Loss is routine. Starvation is seasonal. Death is expected. Fear is like air, thick, invisible everywhere. You do not question the system because you cannot imagine another. You do not dream of freedom because you cannot define it. Instead, you whisper the same prayers as your parents, as their parents before them. Lord, give us this day our daily bread. And if that bread is thin and dry and full of grit, you thank him anyway. Because gratitude is safer than questioning. Because hope, however small, keeps you alive. The rituals don't stop at prayer or superstition. They thread through the entire fabric of daily life, marking even the most mundane moments with meaning and control. Each act, no matter how small, becomes a performance within the vast theatre of obedience. Before dawn, you rise from your scratchy bedding and reach for a small wooden cross hanging on the wall. You touch it lightly, feeling the rough grain beneath your fingers, and whisper a hurried prayer for protection from the cold, from sickness, from hunger. It is the first thing you do and the last you will do before sleep returns. The church bell calls you to Mass, a summons that is never questioned. You shuffle barefoot through the mud toward the stone building at the village's heart, your breath steaming in the cold air. Inside, the chill is sharp, settling into bones already weary from labour and cold nights. The stone floor is uneven, worn smooth by centuries of knees. Candles flicker in iron sconces, casting trembling shadows on frescoes faded by time and soot. You kneel alongside your neighbours, heads bowed, hands clasped. The priest's voice rises in chant, deep, resonant, echoing off the cold walls like a drumbeat in your chest. You don't understand all the Latin, but the sound is enough. It tells you that you are small, that your place is humble, that your duty is to obey. the ritual unfolds like a slow river. Scripture is read, hymns are sung, the Eucharist is administered. The moment is heavy with expectation. The bread and wine, blessed and broken, represent the body and blood of Christ. You partake, swallowing the bitter wafer and the sour wine, knowing it is both blessing and reminder. Blessing because it connects you to something greater. Reminder because it binds you to the Church's rules. As you leave, you pass beneath the archway decorated with symbols. A lamb, a cross, a serpent coiled beneath the tree of knowledge. These images tell the story you live by. Sin entered the world, and you are its heir. Salvation is distant and conditional. The path is narrow, the gate small. Outside, the village continues its relentless grind. The fields wait for ploughs. The animals need tending. The fires must be kept burning. But your thoughts carry the priest's words like chains. You replay his warnings. Pride leads to downfall. Doubt is the devil's tool. Charity is your salvation. Obedience is your strength. You pray to saints for help. Saint Michael to protect you from evil. Saint Anne to aid childbirth. Saint George to guard your livestock. Their icons, painted wooden plaques, candles burning before them, offer a fragile hope in a world that often feels cruel and indifferent. Yet, beneath this organised faith lies an undercurrent of ancient beliefs. Folk tales blend with doctrine. Stories of spirits, fairies, and demons are whispered by the fireside. These tales serve as caution and explanation for misfortune. A sudden illness might be blamed on a malicious spirit. A failed harvest might be the work of an angry fairy, or a curse from a neighbour's envy. Children are warned not to wander alone at dusk, lest they be taken by the unseelie host, creatures of darkness that roam the woods. You carry small tokens against these threats: a pinch of salt, a sprig of rosemary, a broken piece of iron. These charms are not sanctioned by the Church, but they persist in secret, handed down from grandmother to granddaughter, a quiet rebellion against the cold certainties of doctrine. The priest condemns such practices, calling them superstition, witchcraft, sin. But his words carry little weight when the village's survival depends on every scrap of hope. In times of plague or famine, desperation leads to darker beliefs. Witch trials flare briefly, fueled by fear and the need for scapegoats. Women, often healers or midwives, are accused of consorting with the devil, casting curses, or poisoning wells. The accused suffer horrific fates, but their executions serve as warnings, reinforcing control through terror. Fear of the unknown keeps the village tightly bound to tradition. Change is dangerous. Doubt is deadly. Faith is the only sure path. Your dreams are haunted by these forces. You see visions of fire and brimstone, of angels and demons, of judgment and salvation. You awaken gasping, heart pounding, the priest's sermons echoing in your mind. Sleep offers no respite. But even as the Church holds sway, other forces shape your life. The seasons command your work. The land demands respect and fear. The Lord demands obedience and taxes. Together, these forces form a web from which escape seems impossible. Your place is fixed by birth, by belief, by burden. Yet, within this vast, unyielding system, you find moments of quiet strength. A whispered prayer beneath the stars. A shared meal with neighbours, small but precious. A child's laughter breaking through the grey. These are your victories, fragile, fleeting, but yours. You cling to them as the world shifts around you. Because in this life of mud and misery, culture is both cage and comfort. and belief is both chain and shield. Even the body itself becomes part of the culture that controls you. Your very flesh belongs not entirely to you, but to the system, the church, and God. You are taught to mortify it, to discipline it, to view its hungers with suspicion. Pleasure is dangerous. Joy is fleeting. The body leads the soul toward temptation, and temptation leads toward damnation. The priest reminds you often, your body is dust, your suffering is purification. You eat only what you must. You fast during Lent. You fast again during other holy days. On Fridays you forgo meat, replacing it with weak stews of onions and barley or dried fish, whose sourness bites at your tongue. Hunger sharpens your prayers, you are told. Hunger keeps your soul humble. Your clothing too serves as a reminder. The fabrics itch, the wool scratches. The garments hang heavy when wet and stiff when dry. There are no silks here, no fine linen. Your tunic is patched over and over, worn thin at the elbows, stiff at the seams from accumulated grime. But extravagance itself would be sin. Humility is worn not just in spirit, but on the skin. Even the way you bathe reflects your culture's tangled knot of belief and ignorance. You fear sickness, but you fear water too. The priest warns that baths open the body's pores, allowing disease to enter. The healer warns that cold water chills the blood and weakens the heart. You wash rarely, perhaps your hands, your face, your feet when needed. Full immersion happens only when necessary, and always with caution. The stink clings to everyone equally. It is the odour of survival. You smell of smoke, earth, sweat, animals and fear. You do not notice it anymore. You hear stories of foreign lands, tales carried by rare travellers who visit the village, lands where great cities rise, where merchants wear bright fabrics, where nobles ride in carriages of gilded wood, where libraries contain countless books written by learned men. You listen to these tales with a mixture of awe and suspicion. Such places feel distant, unreal, dangerous. What man would risk his soul among scholars who question God's law? Among merchants who count profit more carefully than prayer? Among people who speak many languages but perhaps none to God? Better to remain here, where your place is known, where the rules are clear, where salvation is possible if you only endure. The stories of rebellion, of peasants who rise against their lords, who refuse to pay taxes, who challenge the king himself, are whispered only in private. They are not romantic. They are cautionary. Those villagers were burned. Those men were hanged. Their families scattered. Their souls, some say, lost. Order is survival. Order is God's will. You are reminded of it in every procession, every feast, every small ceremony. When the harvest begins, the priest walks through the fields, swinging a bronze censer that belches thick, sweet smoke. The smoke curls through the barley, into the wheat, past the bent backs of the reapers who paused long enough to cross themselves before returning to their work. The blessing is not a guarantee. The storms still come, the pests still swarm, the fields still fail. But the ritual binds everyone together. Without it, who knows what worse misfortune might strike? At weddings, the church doors swing open to reveal the young couple standing stiffly before the altar. The priest intones the sacred vows while the villagers watch, some smiling, some envious, all knowing that the union is less romance than transaction. The bride, barely more than a child, is led from one household into another, like livestock changing hands. Her face is pale beneath her woolen veil. Her hands twist nervously at her sides. At funerals, the priest's voice echoes over the shallow grave. his Latin incantations weaving a fragile rope of hope between the corpse and the heavens above. The villagers gather in silence, hats clutched in weathered hands, their faces unreadable. Death is neither shocking nor rare, but still they watch as the earth swallows another familiar face. When the bell rings for Mass, its voice rises like an iron fist, pulling everyone toward the church, no matter the weather, no matter the weariness. Even the sick are brought in carts or carried on shoulders. Absence is not allowed. Absence marks you as suspect. Absence suggests rebellion. And rebellion is never private. Gossip serves as the village's unspoken police force. The women murmur as they wash clothes in the stream, as they pluck lice from their children's scalps, as they stir thin pots of pottage. The men whisper at the forge, at the mill, beneath the oak tree where tools are sharpened. Who spoke disrespectfully to the reeve? Who failed to offer their full tithe? Who muttered doubts about the priest's words? Who received less misfortune than they deserved? The whispers swirl like smoke, clinging to reputations, settling into judgments that can tip the balance of survival. Even children absorb these patterns early. They kneel beside their parents in the church. They recite prayers by rote before they can write their own names. They learn to cross themselves instinctively whenever danger or joy appears. They are taught to fear devils and to recognize sin in others and themselves. They carry small wooden crosses around their necks, touching them nervously when thunder cracks or dogs howl at night. They learn that suffering is normal, that hunger is holy, that questioning is dangerous. By adulthood, they no longer need to be told. The world is carved into their bones. And still, through it all, there exists a strange kind of comfort. There is certainty here. The rules may be harsh, but they are known. The punishments may be cruel, but they are predictable. The suffering may be endless, but it has a purpose. Each lash of hunger, each loss, each humiliation is part of a test, a proving ground for the soul's eventual reward. The priest says often, "This life is but a shadow. True life awaits you in heaven." And so you endure. You bow your head, you carry your burdens, you whisper your prayers, because you believe, or you force yourself to believe, that somewhere beyond this mud, beyond this cold, beyond this unending hunger, something better waits. If not for you, then for your children. And if not for them, then for your children's children. Such is the cruel hope that holds you in place, like a single fragile thread in the vast, heavy web of belief. The horror of medieval life does not arrive with fanfare. It is not sudden or shocking. It is quiet, persistent, relentless. It creeps in like damp through your walls, like lice into your hair, like rot into your bread. It settles in every corner of your life until you no longer notice its weight, until the absurd becomes routine. Inside the inn where you rest for the night, you experience it firsthand. The room is cold, always cold. The wind presses through the thin gaps between crooked wooden boards. The ceiling beams sag under their own weight. Damp stains spread like ink blots across the discoloured plaster, feeding colonies of black mould that shimmer faintly in the candlelight. The air tastes thick, stale and sour, as though it's already passed through a dozen pairs of lungs before reaching yours. The bed is little more than a sack of straw flattened beneath a thin woolen blanket. The straw crunches beneath you, shifting in lumpy waves as you settle in. Every movement triggers a burst of dust and the scuttling of unseen insects that have made this mattress their home long before you arrived. You itch constantly. You scratch at your arms, your legs, your scalp. The lice are patient hunters, surviving your every attempt to dislodge them. You imagine them burrowing into your skin, laying eggs, breeding by the thousands as you sleep. But that isn't the worst of it. The chamber pot sits in the corner of the room, a squat, cracked ceramic vessel filled with the night's offerings. Its contents slosh gently with every step you take. The ammonia stench drifts upward in oily waves, mixing with the other perfumes of sweat, damp wool, stale ale, and the ever-present tang of mildew. You try to ignore it. You fail. A single candle burns weakly beside your bed, the wax pooling unevenly in its iron holder. The flame dances erratically, casting monstrous shadows across the warped walls. Every creak of timber sounds like footsteps outside your door. Every shift in the wind feels like fingers probing for a way inside. You're not alone. In the rooms beside you, behind the thin wooden planks, other guests groan in their sleep. Some snore like dying animals, their lungs wheezing with wet, laboured breaths. Others mumble fragments of prayer, half asleep, bargaining with God in the quiet dark. One man retches suddenly, the wet, hollow sound echoing through the walls as though vomit itself were trying to escape his body. The innkeeper moves through the hallway like a shadow, his footsteps slow and deliberate, the floorboards creaking softly beneath him. He carries a small lantern, its light barely strong enough to pierce the gloom. His eyes glance toward your door briefly as he passes. You're reminded that nothing here is truly private. The locks are symbolic at best. A wooden latch, easily bypassed by anyone willing to push hard enough. You wedge your satchel against the door, not to stop anyone, but to hear them coming. You sleep with your small knife under your blanket, its worn handle slick with the sweat of your palm. The fear of thieves is real. Travellers arrive desperate. Hunger gnaws at even the most honest man's soul. The coin in your pouch could buy your safety, or your death. And if it's not thieves, it may be rats. You hear them always, scratching in the walls, squeaking beneath the floorboards. The boldest scurry across the room when they think you are sleeping, their tiny claws clicking against the wooden planks. One pauses on the edge of your mattress, sniffing the air, eyes gleaming like black beads in the candlelight. You swat it away, your heart hammering. It retreats, for now. The rats are your most frequent companions. They live off the crumbs fallen beneath tables, the scraps left behind by careless guests, the refuse dumped nightly into the alley outside. They carry fleas by the hundreds, each flea carrying death. The plague has not reached your village, not yet, but you have heard the stories. The travellers whisper them when the ale flows. Entire towns emptied, bodies stacked like firewood, blackened boils bursting on pale skin, blood leaking from eyes and mouths. The priests call it punishment for sin. The physicians offer no cure. The rats continue breeding. You pull the blanket tighter around your body. Sleep comes fitfully. Your dreams are strange. A tangle of fevered images. Fields of rotting grain, clouds of flies, a priest's voice calling out in Latin while your child starves. You dream of wolves pacing outside your door, of skeletal horses pulling carts full of corpses, of faceless men demanding taxes with hands that drip blood. You wake gasping, sweat freezing on your neck. The candle has long since burned out. The room is a suffocating void now, thick with darkness, so absolute you cannot see your own hand before your face. You hear your heartbeat louder than your breath. Somewhere nearby, the rats have returned. You feel their presence as much as you hear them. The absurdity of your life presses down on you in the dark. You pay coin for this bed, for this straw, for this stench. You are considered lucky to afford it. The alternative is the cold mud outside, pressed against a barn wall, fighting stray dogs for warmth. You roll over, pressing your face against a rough wool blanket, its fibres scratching at your skin. The itching never stops. You wonder whether it's lice, or fleas, or your own imagination gnawing at you. Dawn feels impossibly far away. When light finally begins to seep through the oiled cloth covering the small window, it arrives weak and grey, revealing the filth you could not see in the dark. The corners of the room are damp with condensation. Mould patterns creep along the beams like dark spider webs. The floor is stained with spills you would rather not identify. You sit up slowly, your joints cracking like dry branches. Your head pounds. Your stomach churns at the mixture of odours. But you survived the night. And that, in this world, is success. You stand and begin your preparations to leave. Not because the inn is any more dangerous now, but because staying longer only prolongs your exposure to its invisible threats. The innkeeper appears from below, his face blank, voice flat. Will you be wanting breakfast? You shake your head. You've seen what passes for breakfast here. Thin porridge, stirred with wooden paddles, stained darker than your thoughts. Perhaps an egg, if luck permits. Boiled until rubbery, served on a plate that may or may not have been wiped clean with a filthy cloth. The innkeeper nods once, his eyes already sliding toward his next guest. There is no courtesy here, only transaction. You step out into the village once more, the cold morning air cutting into your lungs like a blade. The mud beneath your boots sucks at your steps. The smell of burning dung greets you like an old, unwelcome friend. The absurdity of your existence continues, and the wheel turns once more. The world outside the inn is no less grotesque. In fact, stepping from the dim filth of your rented room only trades one set of horrors for another. The morning mist has settled like a damp blanket across the village, softening the outlines of the sagging buildings, but doing nothing to soften their misery. The mud grips your boots with each step, as if trying to pull you back. It is not ordinary mud. It is mud layered with the waste of man and beast, of chamber pots dumped from upper windows, of rotting kitchen scraps, of spilled blood from slaughtered animals. This is not a surface. This is a living swamp of disease and decomposition. The villagers pass you by without a word. Their faces already pale and hollow from weeks, perhaps months, of hunger. Lips cracked, eyes sunken, fingers thin and trembling beneath fingerless wool gloves. Their bodies seem half frozen in the morning chill, moving stiffly as they shuffle toward their assigned miseries. Some carry buckets to the well. You glance toward it and feel your stomach tighten. The well, the very heart of survival, is a foul joke. The water it provides carries more danger than nourishment. It is cloudy, sometimes faintly green, with floating specks that dance in the morning light. You have heard of those who drink it too greedily. The cramps that follow, the endless vomiting, the bloody diarrhea that weakens even the strongest man into a hollowed corpse within days. Still, they drink, because they must. A few yards away, a pig slaughters itself noisily against the butcher's table. Its dying squeals pierce the fog like a needle, dragging eyes toward the blood pooling at its hooves. The butcher works quickly, his knife flashing in practiced arcs as he slices flesh from bone, his apron soaked with the same colour as his cheeks, raw red. Flies gather almost instantly, even in the cold, their tiny bodies vibrating as they land upon the carcass, upon his hands, upon his face. He does not bother to swat them away anymore. The blood runs into the street, mixing freely with the mud. No one flinches. A cart passes by, its creaking wheels groaning beneath the weight of stacked hay and sacks of barley. The driver coughs as he urges his oxen forward, but the sound that escapes him is wet and broken. You watch as a crimson stain spreads into the linen at his mouth. A quiet cough at first, then another, thicker and more laboured. Bloodied spittle sprays from his lips as he wipes it away with the back of his hand. The villagers keep their distance. They know that cough. Consumption, they call it. The wasting disease. No one knows its true nature, only that it begins with the cough, then the fever, then the thinning of limbs, then the slow slide into breathless death. Entire families vanish under its grip. The priest says that it is God's will. The healer recommends leashes. The grave digger merely waits. And still, the man drives his cart forward. Because work must continue. You pass the tannery next. You wish you hadn't. The tanner's pits are open vats of horror. Hides float like bloated corpses in thick, yellow-grey liquid. A noxious stew of urine, lime, and decaying flesh. The smell strikes like a blow to your chest, involuntarily pulling bile to your throat. The workers breathe it daily, their faces covered with scraps of cloth tied behind their heads. Their eyes are permanently red-rimmed, their hands stained a sickly yellow from years of soaking in the caustic mixture. The skins are hauled dripping from the pits, stretched across wooden frames, scraped clean with long, dull knives. The waste pools at their feet, seeping into the ground, feeding the foul mists that drift through the air. Children walk past the tannery with heads turned sharply away, holding breath they cannot hold for long. Beyond, the marketplace opens with its familiar absurdities. A woman stands behind a crude, wooden stall, selling what passes for bread. Coarse black loaves barely larger than your fist, their crusts rock hard, their insides a dense, gummy mass that grinds the teeth down with every bite. You know that sawdust often finds its way into the flour, mixed with acorn meal and bits of ground bark to stretch the precious grain further. A few dried apples hang from a string nearby, each pitted and shriveled into little more than leathery brown husks. Their prices are laughable, yet still far beyond what most can afford. At another stall, a man offers eels, their long, slimy bodies wriggling weakly in a barrel of stagnant water. The fishmonger holds one up by its tail, its mouth opening and closing in slow, dying gasps. The villagers stare, but do not reach for it. Eels are food for the desperate. A black-cloaked merchant displays small bundles of herbs. Wormwood, rosemary, yarrow. They serve as medicine, seasoning, or ward against evil, depending on who you ask. The villagers murmur quietly, negotiating, trading small coins or favours. A chicken, a bit of cloth, a week's labour. Nearby, the healer crouches beside her stall of crude remedies. Jars of thick, dark ointments, bundles of dried roots, leather pouches of powdered bark. She speaks softly to a gaunt woman who holds a coughing child against her chest. The child's skin is hot, flushed, his eyes roll lazily beneath heavy lids. His breath rattles faintly. The healer offers a foul-smelling tonic in exchange for a single egg. The woman hands it over, though she likely cannot afford to. The tonic may help, or it may do nothing, or worse. The absurdity of hope clings to every transaction. At the far end of the square, the stocks stand ready, rough wooden beams fixed into the earth, their openings awaiting the next accused, thief or sinner. They are rarely empty for long. Yesterday you saw a man bound there, his face beaten, his lips split and swollen. His crime? He'd stolen a rabbit snare from his neighbour. The snare was old, barely worth a coin, but theft is theft. The punishment is public shame. Children pelted him with rotting turnips as their mothers looked on, not because they hated him, but because the act itself is expected. Discipline requires audience. The system feeds itself with these little sacrifices. You turn away from the stocks, but the sound of laughter follows you. Laughter that sits somewhere between cruelty and self-defense. When pain becomes absurd enough, sometimes all that remains is laughter. The church bell tolls. You flinch instinctively. Its voice is heavy, sonorous, ringing across the village like a funeral drum. It is not calling for worship this time. It calls for judgment. A man is led forward by two stewards. His hands are bound before him, his feet stumbling as they drag him toward the priest, who waits by the church steps. The accusation has already spread through the village like fire. Blasphemy. He was heard questioning God's justice after his wife's stillbirth. The priest raises his hand, reciting the charges aloud. The man kneels, eyes lowered, voice silent. The priest speaks of sin, of pride, of the dangers of questioning divine will. The villagers nod solemnly. The lash is brought forward. The punishment is not execution. That would be too merciful. The lash is more useful. It educates. It displays. Each strike opens the man's back in wet lines, his tunic shredded, his skin weeping. He does not scream after the first few. The priest watches calmly. The villagers murmur prayers. When the punishment ends, the man is left to crawl from the square alone, his blood mixing with the same filth you stepped through this morning. No one helps him. Not because they hate him, because to help is to invite suspicion. Because here, mercy is dangerous. Because in this world, horror is not the exception. Horror is simply how things work. The absurdity continues even behind closed doors, where the walls are thin, the air heavier, and the small privacies of family life are stretched beneath the same weight of survival. Inside the homes of the villagers, the horror takes subtler forms. The fire sputters weakly in the hearth, the flames fighting against damp logs and green branches that spit and hiss instead of burning clean. Smoke curls thickly around the low beams, forcing your eyes to sting. You grow used to breathing smoke as others grow used to hunger. You endure because you must. The children sit huddled near the flames, coughing into rags or their own sleeves, their cheeks flushed with fever. A hollow, dry rattle echoes from the chest of one child who's been ill for days now, his thin chest rising and falling with greater effort each hour. The parents steal glances at one another, saying nothing. They've seen this pattern before. The healer visited 2 days ago. She left them with a bitter paste of ground bark and wormwood, which the child now struggles to swallow. His lips crack from dehydration. His skin is hot and dry. The parents know what will likely happen. They know because it has happened before. To neighbours, to friends, even to other children they once cradled themselves. The room is quiet except for the fire, the wheezing breath of the child, and the scratch of fingernails against skin as lice crawl unchecked through scalps. The adults pull combs through their hair while watching the fire, crushing the insects between their nails as they go. The lice are not defeated. They never are. They always return. The parents pray, not because they believe the prayers will work, but because not praying feels too dangerous. They pray to saints, to God, to the Virgin. They whisper bargains under their breath. They make promises they may never fulfill. Outside, a dog begins to howl. The villagers stiffen slightly. Dogs howl for many reasons: hunger, injury, mating. But everyone knows they also howl when death is near. The sound sends a chill through the smoke-filled room. One of the children crosses himself instinctively. The parents say nothing, but their eyes tighten. The next morning the child is gone. The small body is wrapped quickly in cloth. A simple shroud, tied tightly to contain limbs too thin, skin too pale, eyes already half open. There is no time for elaborate grieving. The body cannot stay indoors. The other children must be protected. The burial must happen today. The graveyard sits behind the church, the rows of crosses leaning at odd angles like broken fingers reaching for the sky. The hole is shallow, the earth still soft from last week's rain. The priest says a few brief words as the parents stand silently. There are no grand speeches, no extended prayers. This is not the first child buried here. It will not be the last. The dirt is shoveled back with slow, wet slaps. The wooden cross is pushed into place. It will rot within a season. The family returns home, not comforted, but emptied. The absurdity is not that the child died. The absurdity is how normal it is. And as always, life continues. The village's absurd horrors aren't only born from death and disease. Sometimes they're simply built into the daily structure of existence. You watch as the villagers attempt to bake bread from whatever grain remains in their storerooms. The miller has taken his toll already. His share often more generous than fair. What remains is ground into a coarse meal, mixed with water, sometimes stretched with powdered acorns or even chalk. In the oven, built of cracked stone and blackened from years of heavy smoke, belches thick clouds as each loaf is slid inside. There's no precision here, no careful temperature control. The bread comes out blackened on one side, undercooked on the other, often sour, always dense. The villagers chew it anyway, grateful for even the grittiest mouthful. Sometimes small stones find their way into the flour, the result of poorly sifted grain. These tiny pebbles wear down teeth like sandpaper. You've seen older villagers with teeth filed flat by years of chewing, some with only bleeding gums left to mash their food against. Dental pain is constant. Infection follows easily. Many die not from starvation, but from simple abscesses that spread through their skull like rot through timber. The healer can offer only poultices. The priest can offer only prayers. The pain remains. The absurdity grows sharp in winter. As the cold deepens, so too does desperation. You pass a family dragging what little fuel remains toward their home. Twisted branches, rotting fence posts, even pieces of broken carts stripped for firewood. Anything that burns becomes precious. Roof beams are sometimes dismantled for kindling. Furniture becomes fuel, the walls thin, but the fire lives another day. Inside, the hearth is crowded with bodies pressed as close as possible to the small, flickering flame. The children shake constantly. The adults rub their arms in vain. The smoke chokes the room, but no one opens the door. The cold would enter too easily. Frost grows on the inside of the walls like ghostly vines. its delicate tendrils marking the slow, steady creep of death. Water freezes solid in clay jars. The chamber pot's contents crystallize overnight, its sharp stench dulled but not erased. Frostbite chews at fingers and toes, ears turn black and brittle, skin splits and bleeds. But worst of all is hunger. The food grows thinner with each passing day. The stew pot contains more water than broth now, floating with scraps of turnip, barley husks, or stringy bits of gristle saved from past meals. The children grow quieter as hunger sinks deeper into their bellies. Bellies that sometimes swell, not from fullness, but from starvation's cruel trick of bloating. And still the priest reminds them to fast during Advent, and still the taxes are due, and still the Lord demands his share. Horror here is not a monster lurking in the woods. Horror is the steady knowledge that no one will save you. At the far edge of the village, the gibbet stands like a silent warning. The last man hanged there swings in the wind, his feet bare, his head drooping at an unnatural angle. His clothes have rotted. His skin hangs loose. Birds have stripped much of his face, leaving only empty sockets and exposed teeth. Children walk past it on their way to the fields without flinching. The body has become part of the landscape. The villagers whisper that he stole a loaf of bread, or maybe he insulted the steward, or maybe he angered the Lord's cousin. The truth no longer matters. The outcome remains. The body will hang until the ropes fray and the bones collapse into the dirt below. Then another man will replace him, and the children will pass that body too. The gibbet is not for justice, it is for order. And the absurdity of it all is that it works. The villagers obey, they submit, they survive, because to resist the absurdity is to invite something worse. As you continue walking through this quiet nightmare, you pass a woman with no shoes. Her feet are wrapped in dirty cloth, stained red from the cold. Her face is hollow, her lips split and bleeding. She carries a bundle of sticks, barely enough fuel for a few hours' heat. Her eyes meet yours briefly, but there is no recognition, no request for pity. She is not ashamed. She is simply tired. And that, more than any corpse, any plague, any gibbet, is the true horror. This world does not break you all at once. It wears you down slowly until absurdity feels normal, until horror feels ordinary, until you no longer notice the difference between suffering and survival. Because here, they are the same thing. You move through the village and see that the absurdity is not limited to poverty or punishment. Even the moments meant to bring safety are stained with their own quiet horror. At the church, a wedding is taking place. The bride, scarcely more than a girl, barely past her first blood, stands stiffly before the priest. Her dress is not white, but patched wool, the best she owns. Her eyes are downcast, her cheeks flush not from happiness, but from fear. The groom is nearly twice her age, a recent widower. His first wife died during childbirth, a common enough fate that few even mention it anymore. The match was arranged by their families, a merging of two failing farms, two struggling households. The priest speaks the familiar words, invoking God's will as though he authored this contract himself. The villagers watch quietly, their faces neither joyful nor solemn. This is not a celebration. This is survival. The priest completes the rite, and the couple is led away, not to a feast, but back to their duties. The bride will now bear children of her own, if she survives. Nearby, a woman labours in childbirth, her screams echoing through the hovel. The midwife's hands are slick with sweat and blood. her brow furrowed in concentration as she works the baby free. The air is thick, stifling. The fire burns low. The smell of iron fills the room. The baby emerges, but the cord is twisted. The infant does not cry. The midwife works desperately, but the child is already limp. The mother sobs weakly, her strength fading fast from the blood loss that pools between her legs. The midwife murmurs prayers, knowing they are too late. Outside, the priest waits. When the child fails to draw breath, it cannot be baptized. The priest performs no blessing. The child's soul, they say, will wander forever. The mother's breath slows, then stops. 2 bodies, 2 souls. The husband stands in the doorway, hollow-eyed, as neighbours quietly move past him, carrying the bodies away for burial. No one speaks of tragedy, only God's will. You step into the smithy next, drawn by the rhythmic pounding of hammer against iron. But even here, absurdity and horror mix freely. The blacksmith works bare-chested, sweat gleaming on his skin despite the winter cold. Sparks spray as he shapes a glowing horseshoe on the anvil. His son works beside him, barely 10 years old, pumping the bellows with thin, trembling arms. The boy's face is red, his breath laboured. His fingers have already begun to twist with early arthritis. Years of repetitive, heavy labour in a world where childhood barely exists. The blacksmith shouts at him to work faster. The boy obeys. There is no room for tenderness here, no softness. The iron must be shaped before it cools. The orders of survival allow no pause. The boy will grow into a man with a crooked back, ruined hands, and lungs blackened by years of breathing smoke and iron dust, if he lives long enough. As evening falls, you pass the healer's hut. Inside, a man lies on a rough wooden table. His leg has swollen grotesquely, the skin stretched taut and shiny. A crude tourniquet wraps around his thigh. The healer sharpens her knife. There is no time for prayer, no time for hesitation. Amputation is the only hope. The man bites down on a leather strap as the blade bites into his flesh. His screams are muffled, his face turning red, then white. The healer works quickly, sawing through muscle and sinew, snapping the bone with a loud crack. The severed limb falls to the floor with a wet slap. The healer cauterizes the wound with a hot iron. The smell of burning flesh fills the hut. The man loses consciousness. His fate remains uncertain. Infection may still claim him. But without the amputation, death was certain. This is mercy here. This is medicine. At night, you find yourself back at the inn, the only shelter the village offers to travellers. The common room is crowded, thick with the smells of unwashed bodies, stale ale, and burning tallow. Merchants argue over prices. Labourers mutter quietly about debts. The steward sits in the corner, eyes scanning the room like a hawk, watching for signs of dissent. A bard strums a cracked lute, singing a song of old kings and distant wars. His voice is thin, but the villagers listen, not because they care for the tale, but because distraction is rare and precious. A drunken man slumps against the wall, his chin resting on his chest. A thin line of drool trails from his lips. His coin purse has already been cut by a nimble-fingered boy who slips through the crowd like a shadow. The innkeeper watches, but says nothing. The boy's father likely owes him coin. Better to let the theft repay the debt silently. Above, in the guest rooms, others try to sleep. Some alone, others pressed together for warmth. The walls are thin. The cries of a woman being taken by force drift faintly through the floorboards. No one interferes. It's none of their concern. The horror is not in the violence. The horror is how unsurprising it is. Outside, The night grows colder. The stars shimmer weakly through the clouded sky, like distant eyes that refuse to look away. The wolves howl from the forest's edge, their voices long and mournful. The village lies still beneath the weight of its own misery. Tomorrow will be no different. The same hunger, the same cold, the same work, the same absurd, grinding engine of existence that chews through lives without pause. And yet they endure, because endurance is all they have, because hope, even the smallest thread of it, is the only defence against the absurdity that defines their every breath. Because the horror is not that life here is cruel. The horror is that life here simply is. There is a point where even the strongest grow quiet, not from peace, but from surrender. You feel it now, heavy in your chest, as you sit at the edge of the village in the stillness of early dawn. The world is motionless. The stars have faded. The pale grey sky leaks upward like a slow, colourless flood. The village behind you sleeps, or rather, it lies trapped in the same restless half-sleep you've known for years. No one truly sleeps here, not deeply. The hunger gnaws through the night. The cold presses through thin blankets. The endless hum of worry whispers at the edge of every dream. Your hands rest in your lap. You stare at them without seeing. The skin is rough, chapped, cracked along the knuckles. The nails are yellowed and uneven, chewed shorter by nervous teeth. A thin cut crosses the back of your right hand, the memory of yesterday's work in the frozen field. You've learned not to notice these small wounds, because to notice is to feel, and feeling is dangerous. You glance toward the inn. The window glows faintly as the morning's first candle flickers to life inside. Someone has begun again. Another pot of thin porridge stirred by tired hands. Another day of labour stretching forward like a long, endless path, disappearing into fog. The absurdity presses against you now like an invisible wall. You have done everything that was asked. You rose before dawn. You bent your back. You whispered your prayers. You paid your tithes. You confessed your sins. You buried your dead with bowed head and wet eyes. And still, the suffering does not ease. You think back on your children, one buried beneath a thin wooden cross, one coughing through each winter, one so young you fear to hope for her survival. You love them fiercely. You fear for them constantly. They are the only light left, and even that light flickers like the candle inside the inn. You have no illusions anymore. You know that no amount of work can protect them fully, because work is not what decides who survives here. The world does. The rains, the harvest, the Lord's taxes, the steward's ledger, the cough that appears in the night, the priest's favour, the wolves at the edge of the woods, the bitter cold creeping under your door. It's all a game you were born into. You never agreed to play. You were born into the dirt. You will die in the dirt. And between those two moments is only the struggle to endure, not to thrive, not to build, not to rise, just to continue. You feel the weight of your body sag beneath the invisible burden that grows heavier each year. Your shoulders slump. Your breath escapes your chest in slow, shallow waves. There was a time when you had hope. Not grand hope, not the foolish dream of rising above your station, but small hope, a better harvest, a healthy child, a warm winter. Simple things. But over the years, even those small hopes have betrayed you. You no longer hope for good fortune. You hope simply for the absence of misfortune. No wolves tonight. No frost before the barley rises. No sickness in the children. No punishment for debts unpaid. No visit from the steward. No bad news. That is what passes for optimism now. You watch as a neighbour passes quietly, leading an ox toward the far field. His head is bowed, his gait slow. His shoulders stoop the same way yours do, curved beneath the invisible hand that presses down on every man here. He does not greet you. There is no need. His struggle is yours. Your grief is his. The words are unnecessary. The two of you have watched one another lose children. You have borrowed seed grain from one another. You have buried the same neighbours. You have knelt together before the same priest, whispered the same prayers, endured the same lash of fate. You share an intimacy built not from friendship, but from mutual survival, and from mutual silence. No one here speaks of despair. It would serve no purpose. What can you say to one another that has not already been said, silently, 1,000 times? You nod faintly as he passes. He nods back. Then you both continue. The priest says that this life is a test, but you no longer feel tested. Tests imply a chance at success. You feel abandoned, left to tread water in a rising flood, with no one watching from above. You pray out of habit now, not from belief, but from fear of what silence might invite. The words fall from your lips, like the rote phrases of a labourer sharpening his scythe. Automatic, mechanical, emptied of meaning long ago. The only comfort they offer is the brief illusion that you still have some control. And yet, you are not angry. You thought you would be years ago when the grief was fresh, when the hunger was sharp and the injustice so obvious. But anger takes energy, and energy is too precious to waste on rage. What remains is numbness. A quiet surrender that lets you rise each morning despite the knowledge that nothing will change. Because the alternative, to collapse fully, is unthinkable. If you stop moving, you die. And so you move. 1 foot forward, 1 task completed, 1 mouth fed, 1 more night survived. Again, again, again. You stand now, your joints creaking, your knees stiff from the cold ground. The village stirs behind you. Soft footsteps in the mud, the muffled clatter of wooden buckets, the soft bleating of hungry goats. The world awakens like a tired machine grinding back into motion. Another day begins, exactly like yesterday, exactly like tomorrow. The absurdity presses against you again, thick and heavy, but you walk forward anyway, because that is what you do, because that is all there is, because surrender is not a dramatic collapse here. It is a long, slow erosion of the soul, until you no longer remember what hope ever felt like, until you no longer remember any alternative to this endless grinding endurance, until all that remains is silence, and motion, and the small fragile lie that perhaps God is still watching. The silence becomes your truest companion. It follows you into the fields, wraps around you at the hearth, curls beneath your blanket at night. It does not accuse you, it does not mock you, it simply waits. You no longer remember when you first invited it in. Perhaps it was after the first failed harvest, when your children cried from hunger, and you could not answer them. Perhaps it was after you stood at the graveside of your youngest, her small hands folded on her chest as the priest murmured his rehearsed prayer. Perhaps it was after you first heard your wife weeping softly in the dark while she thought you slept. Whenever it began, it never left. The silence has weight. You feel it pressing between your ribs, filling the hollows left by grief, by fear, by exhaustion. It is not an emptiness. It is not relief. It is a dense, heavy presence that you carry like another child on your back. It keeps you upright, and it keeps you numb. You go through the motions of living, not because you believe they will change anything, but because stopping would be admitting something you're not yet willing to name. You enter the fields before dawn. Your hands are already aching before they touch the handle of the hoe. The ground is hard today, resisting you as always. The blade bites shallowly into the thin earth, turning up cold, pale soil peppered with stubborn rocks. Your body moves automatically. Lift, swing, dig, step, repeat. You have done this so many times that your muscles obey without thought, as though the labour belongs to the tool itself, not to you. You no longer imagine that this planting will bring a better harvest. The sky has its own mind. The rain will come late or too heavy. The sun will burn too hot or hide for too long. The pests will arrive, or the mould, or the cold snap that kills the young shoots overnight. You plant because planting is what you do. Because not planting means death arrives sooner. The crows wheel above your head, their black wings cutting sharp lines across the sky. You envy them sometimes. They take what they need. They live above the mud. They feel no shame. You shoo them away with a weak wave of your arm. They return as soon as you turn your back. The days blur together. One long grey rope with no knots to mark its passage. The seasons change, but not in ways that offer true difference. Winter trades its hunger for spring's uncertainty. Summer replaces the cold with biting flies and the stench of rotting waste. Autumn brings the harvest, never enough, and the looming weight of taxes. You mark time not by years, but by losses. The year the blight came, the year the cough spread, the year the tax was raised again, the year your neighbour's barn burned, the year you buried your second child. Your body is older now than your years would suggest. Your back curves under invisible weight. Your knees grind with every step. Your breath comes shorter in the cold. Your hearing fades at the edges. The others your age bear the same twisted posture, the same hollowed faces. You all walk as though the earth itself leans downward, as though you've been slowly folding into it your entire life, because you have. In the evenings, the village gathers as it always does, not for comfort, but for ritual. Around the hearth, you sit with your family beneath the low ceiling of smoke and heavy beams. The stew simmers, its watery surface reflecting the flicker of firelight. The same stew, always, thin broth, scraps of root vegetables, a bone boiled too many times to give any more flavour. You dip your bread into the liquid, feeling its rough texture grind against your teeth. You chew slowly, carefully, avoiding the tiny fragments of stone that sometimes hide in the flour. Your gums ache as you swallow. The children sit quietly. Their eyes are wide, but not from wonder. Childhood here is a short, fragile thing. They have already learned to ration their hope as carefully as their food. Your wife hums softly, a song her mother sang, and her mother before that. The melody is simple, repetitive, soothing only in its familiarity. You listen, but the words blur. The sound helps to fill the silence, but it cannot replace it. After the meal, you take the lice comb and begin the nightly ritual. The children sit one by one before you, their heads bowed as you draw a small, sharp-toothed comb through their hair. You find the pale, wriggling bodies easily, crushed between your thumbnail and finger with a wet pop. The scent of crushed lice lingers faintly in the warm air. You used to feel disgust. Now, you only feel duty. You check your wife's hair last. Her shoulders sag beneath the worn wool of her dress. Her hands are red from washing, her face lined with years of cold wind and worry. You find lice here too, of course. You kill them as you always do. She leans her head against your chest for a brief moment when you finish. Neither of you speak. There is nothing left to say. The priest's sermons have grown repetitive. You attend out of obligation. He speaks again of sin, of patience, of the kingdom of heaven that awaits those who endure. You mouth the prayers. You mouth the songs. You mouth the confessions. The words pass through you like smoke, barely touching the edges of your thought. You're not angry at God. You're not sure you believe in him anymore. But belief itself feels irrelevant now. If he exists, he has long since turned his face away. If he does not, nothing changes. You still rise, you still labour, you still suffer, you still endure. Some nights you allow yourself to remember what joy once felt like. You think back to the rare midsummer festival, when the villagers danced beneath strings of wildflowers, when music carried into the fields, when the children laughed as they ran barefoot through the dust. You remember the warmth of your wife's hand that night, the way her eyes shone briefly beneath the torchlight, before the weight of the world pressed back in the following morning. You remember your child's laugh, now silent. You remember the rare night when you ate until you were full, when the bread was soft, the ale was strong, and you slept without waking. Those moments glow faintly in your memory, but they feel distant now, like stories you once heard rather than things you lived. You do not allow yourself to long for them. Longing invites pain. Pain invites collapse. Collapse invites death. And so you continue. You rise before dawn. You scratch at your skin. You plant the barley. You chase the crows. You shoo the rats. You shiver beside the fire. You chew the bit of bread. You bury your dead. You confess your sins. You bow to your Lord. You nod to your neighbours. You endure the silence. Because endurance is all that remains. Because collapse would require more strength than you have left. Because to live here is not to hope. It is simply not to stop. At some point, even your thoughts stop belonging entirely to you. They grow smaller, tighter, like a loop that winds itself endlessly, whispering the same few phrases again and again. Get through today. Survive tonight. Feed the child. Prepare for tomorrow. The prayers you once spoke aloud have become indistinguishable from these quiet mantras. Survival and faith merge into the same dull rhythm. You are no longer certain where prayer ends and repetition begins. The world outside your thoughts no longer surprises you. It simply happens. The steward arrives again, as he always does. His pale horse cuts through the muddy road while the villagers gather instinctively, their heads bowed, their faces blank. He reads from the ledger, calling out numbers. Weights of grain owed, quotas missed, debts recorded. His voice is calm but final. The words are not threats, they are simply facts. The villagers step forward one by one, delivering sacks of barley, chickens, coins, or whatever else they can gather to satisfy the insatiable columns in his book. You watch your neighbour struggle to fill his quota. His hands tremble as he offers the steward his last piglet, a small underfed thing that squeals as it's pulled away. His wife wipes silent tears from her cheeks. The children stand behind her, hollow-eyed and expressionless. The steward takes the offering with a nod. The process continues. You stand, clutching your own small bundle. You give what you must, and you say nothing. The The steward does not scold. He does not threaten. He does not need to. Everyone here understands what happens to those who fail. And so you give. Later, you return to the fields, your breath hanging in the cold air. The horizon stretches outward, grey and infinite. The land is thin here. You feel it beneath your feet. Not the rich, dark soil of some faraway farmer's tale, but a pale, exhausted ground that resists your every attempt to coax life from it. The plough creaks behind the oxen. You guide them forward, one step at a time, your hands stiff from cold, your shoulders screaming under the strain. Your mind drifts while your body works. You remember the first time you worked these fields, as a boy, chasing after your father. You had felt pride then, gripping your first small spade, eager to be useful. You had not yet known what was coming. You had not yet buried your father beneath the crooked wooden cross. You had not yet watched your brother waste away from fever. You had not yet seen your mother's eyes grow distant from grief. You had not yet become what you are now. A man defined entirely by his labour. Even your body betrays you now. The pain no longer flares sharply. Instead, it hums constantly, like a background noise you've grown accustomed to. Your knees grind with every step. Your back tightens each morning as you rise from the damp straw bedding. Your hands lose strength when you grip the plough, the shaking growing worse each year. You are not old, but your body carries more years than your age suggests. The other men your age look much the same. Bent, hollow, grey-skinned from years of exposure. You see each other and recognise yourselves as reflections, and still you endure. Not because you hope for better, but because stopping is unthinkable. Because if you stop, everything you've endured will have meant nothing. In the evening you return home. The children greet you quietly. Your wife offers you the stew. The same stew, always the same stew. Thin broth, bits of barley, the occasional piece of turnip, a slice of hard bread to soak up the liquid. You eat slowly, chewing carefully to avoid the small bits of grit that would grind away at your few remaining teeth. Your wife speaks softly about what little trade was made today. A neighbour bartered a worn wool scarf for a single egg. Another lost his last goat to wolves. You nod, but the words barely register. It's not that you do not care. It's that there is nothing you can do. The children sit close to the fire afterward. Their faces flicker in the orange glow, their small bodies wrapped in coarse blankets. Your youngest tries to hum the old song her mother taught her, the same one her grandmother sang long ago. The tune is thin, tired. She forgets the words part way through, replacing them with quiet hums. Her older brother stares into the fire, not joining in. He's old enough now to understand the weight hanging over this house. His thin hands twitch nervously in his lap. You want to speak to him, to tell him something wise, something comforting. But you have no words. You only have the example of your own endurance. And that is what he watches. That is what he learns. The lice comb appears again after the meal. The ritual continues. The children sit patiently as you pull the small insects from their hair, crushing them one by one. You remember when you used to feel disgust at their presence. Now, you only feel a dull gratitude that the lice are not worse, that they are not boils or fever or plague. Perspective becomes absurd here. You're thankful that your children only itch rather than burn with fever. You are thankful for thin soup rather than empty bowls. You are thankful for frozen toes rather than amputated legs. You are thankful for poverty rather than famine. You're thankful for survival, however brutal, because survival is the only scale left. The priest says that this life is a bridge to the next, but you no longer dream of heaven. It feels distant, unreal. The reward promised seems designed only to justify the endless cruelty of the present. You know what is real: the feel of frozen earth beneath your boots, the stink of chamber pots emptied into the gutter, the gnawing hollow in your stomach at night. You know what is real: the sound of the steward's voice as he lists your debts, the cough that echoes from your child's bed, the cold that cracks your skin open like dry bark. Heaven feels like another man's story. Survival feels like your entire existence. And so you bow your head. You say your prayers. You plant your fields. You feed your family. You dig the graves. You chase away the crows. You nod to your neighbours. You endure the silence. Because this is your life. Because this is all there is. Because to question it too deeply is to risk falling into the abyss that waits just beyond the numbness. And if you fall, there will be no one to catch you. Not here. Not in this world. Night arrives again. The sky above the village grows heavy and low, folding itself into a dark shroud. There are no stars tonight. No moonlight to soften the edges of the rooftops, the twisted trees, the leaning crosses in the graveyard. Just blackness. The candle burns low beside you. The flame dances uncertainly, struggling to stay alive in the draught that slips through unseen cracks in the walls. The shadows on the ceiling ripple with every flicker, stretching like long, thin fingers across the rotting beams. You stare at them. You've grown familiar with this hour. This is the hour where your mind turns inward, where the chores have ended, where the work cannot distract you, where the thin veil of routine tears just enough for you to glimpse what lies beneath. There is no sound now but the soft breathing of your children beside you. They lie huddled together beneath the rough blanket, their bodies pressed close, seeking what little warmth each can offer the other. You listen to their tiny breaths as though they are the only thing anchoring you to this world. Your wife stirs slightly beside you, her hand brushing against your arm beneath the blanket. Her fingers are cold, bony, wrapped in cracked skin. You hold her hand lightly in yours, but neither of you speak. Words would only summon ghosts, because the truth hangs silently between you. You are tired, not the tired that sleep can fix, not the tired of a long day in the fields or a hard frost in the morning. This is something deeper, a tired that sits behind your eyes, that lives inside your chest, that has replaced any notion of hope with a simple grey monotony of obligation. You do not pray tonight. You cannot summon the words. You are not angry at God. You are not even disappointed. You are simply empty. In your youth, you imagined you might somehow rise above this, not to become a lord or a merchant. Such absurd fantasies never took hold. But you dreamed of small victories, a larger plot of land, a harvest strong enough to leave grain in the storehouse after taxes, children who would live to see adulthood, a winter without frozen fingers, a home with dry thatch and solid beams. None of it happened. The years carved those hopes away piece by piece, as surely as the wind wears down the stone crosses in the graveyard. Now you know better. Now you no longer look forward. You look only toward tomorrow. And tomorrow is only another version of today. You close your eyes, but you do not sleep. You drift. Images pass behind your eyelids like faded paintings. The steward counting grain. The priest speaking of sin. Your son coughing into a blood-stained cloth. the cold soil in your hands, the rats scratching behind the walls, the wolves howling at the edge of the forest, your daughter's tiny grave, the gibbet creaking in the wind, the endless grey sky above your fields, the plough's blade biting into frozen earth. The numbness wraps around you like a second blanket. It dulls the pain. It dulls everything. In your drifting, you imagine what might happen if you simply walked away. Not toward rebellion, not toward escape, just away, into the woods, into the night. Let the cold take you. Let the wolves find you. You picture it without fear, without emotion. The appeal of it is not death, but stillness. To stop moving, to stop enduring, to stop being. But you know you won't, because even now, even at the edge of collapse, something ancient, something small, something buried beneath all the numbness still whispers, keep going, for them, for your wife, for your children, for the motion itself. Because if you stop, their burden grows heavier. Because if you stop, everything you've carried becomes theirs. Because even in collapse, you serve. Outside, the wind rattles the wooden shutters. You open your eyes and stare into the dark. Another day waits for you beyond this night. You will rise. You will move. You will put one foot in front of the other. You will guide the plough, scrape the lice, eat the bread, bow to the steward, bury the dead, whisper the prayers. You will not expect joy. You will not expect change. You will simply continue. Because here, in this place, in this world, that is the closest thing to victory you have left. Not triumph, not freedom, not salvation. Only motion, only survival, only silence. Only the soft, quiet hum of a soul that has learned not to break, but simply to endure. And so, the candle gutters out, and the darkness swallows you once more. The night thickens. The air hangs heavy, unmoving. The village sleeps, or pretends to. The embers in the hearth sigh faintly beneath the weight of their own cooling ash. The wind presses against the crooked shutters, searching for a way inside. The rats scratch softly behind the walls. You lie still beneath the rough wool blanket, your breath shallow, your eyes open, staring into the dark that offers no answers. You do not pray, you do not hope, you simply wait. The candle's final flicker dances for a moment longer, bending and twisting like a thin, desperate breath. Then it gutters. Then it dies. And the silence returns.